started. Shree's going to be a little late coming in. She had a medical thing this morning. So if we can call the meeting to order at 10:02. Agenda additions and approval. There's quite a few additions to this. You've included all of them on there, Andrew?
Yes, you should see them there. So we do need
the amending motion to include those additions that are before you in green. And then as well, I think I gave a note for you guys to consider whether you would give a delegation to Mr. Dale Anderson.
Yes, and also if he was to bring samples.
Yeah. If he were to bring samples, I mean, ideally we would say no to that. However, failing that, we would want a safe work procedure to handle that.
So that would be at 3 o'clock under our delegations. We're not showing that right now.
Yeah, it's not shown on there. That was a last minute consideration, and it is council's discretion to set your own agenda. But 3 o'clock would be the ideal time, or the only time to consider it.
I talked to him this morning. He's in Edmonton at the moment, so he's not really sure if he can really make it to the meeting. So whether we do send out an invite maybe by noon, see whether he's going to be able to make it or not.
Well, if he's asked for delegation, he should be available. We're going to consider it on our agenda. So.
The content of our understanding was typically an MPC issue, and you'll see under your additions package, the backup we provided. Our recommendations would be to defer this to either a regular or special MPC meeting, so that may be a more appropriate forum for him to be a delegation at regardless.
And that's 2 weeks from now.
Well, we acknowledge the fact that time is of the essence, right?
But if we don't know he's going to be here, there's no use putting him in a delegation today, then. Is there?
Well, we could approve that if you want to hear or meet with him, approve the status, and then if he shows, he shows. If he doesn't, it's okay.
Just, Mr. Chairman, through to administration, is there anything that we can't decide whether he's here or not?
I don't think so.
Pretty much heard.
Yeah, Councillor
Nyberg was able to secure some information from EMD at Bighorn, which, when reading it, gives you a little different perspective on maybe what it is. So I think council's got that information to
Proper decision.
well, at least get close to one, maybe.
Is it in here as a discussion point at all?
Yes, it's under the additions package.
Okay. 7-11 would be, wouldn't it, Andrew?
Yes, I believe so.
Northeast of 339.
Yep.
I'll make the motion then. The motion is to adopt the agenda with Mr. Anderson coming at 3 o'clock and all the other additions that have been added.
Any other issues? All in favor? Carried. Minute approval. We've got 3 sets of minutes to approve. Council meetings from the 14th, the 25th, and then our organization meeting on the 25th also.
I'll approve that with, all I noticed was a spelling mistake in there called Rick Greed instead of Rick. I don't know whether that was on purpose or not.
You want too much work or too much money?
Mr. Chairman, can we make this point of order just to have 3 different motions for that? If we could?
Okay, September 14th, regular County Stettler council meetings.
That was the one actually, number one, that's the one, Mr. Chairman, the only one that I want to.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? September 25th, 2019, County Stettler organization meeting minutes. There was some corrections on that I forwarded to Andrew.
Yeah, so just the Stettler Hospice Society, possibly a copy paste error. It showed Councillor Gender and Councillor Needs as the representatives and Councillor Needs as the alternate. I believe the motion on that one was just Counselor Grover as a representative and Counselor Neitz as the alternate, as it was last year, because that was
The hospital system.
Hospital Society,
Or
yeah.
Not the hospice society, the hospital.
Hospital. the Hospital Foundation.
I noticed that.
And then as well, Stettler Waste just had an error in logging the votes. It noted Reeve Nixon instead of Reeve Clark. So,
Was there any other thing with the organizational meeting? Counselor Jeter?
I'm just wondering on the seating arrangement, if it's been changed since then? Do we alter the seating arrangement?
It was voted to leave it as is, but Counselor Nyberg,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think you made it very pointed that you didn't want me sitting beside you, so I just acquiesced to your request.
no, I didn't make it pointed.
I just had said that it would,
It'd be nice if the
Deputy Reeve was sitting there and just for conversation piece, so no, I didn't ask you to.
Well, in your conversation, I think it was fairly clear, so we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Anyhow, I'll make the motion to pass it with Mr. Nyberg sitting where Mr. Nyberg's sitting. I'll make that motion.
Questions, discussions? All in favor? Opposed? Nyberg opposed. Councilor Nyberg. September 25th, 2019, Special County of Stettler number 6 council meetings.
I will note, Counselor Stulberg did bring to my attention there seemed to be a syncing issue with that. I have rectified that. If you sync now, it should be on your iPads. It was a single motion that was pre-formulated by Municipal Affairs for us, so it should be quite accurate. But if you could take a quick moment to review and get a motion forward.
Would you put the amendment in, Mr. Chairman, that was requested in that motion? About penalties, only penalties associated with 2019 property taxes, so that is included in the motion.
Counselor Stewart?
I'll also move those minutes to be approved.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, question, or number 6, council's request for information, 6.1, councilor laptops, councilor Nyberg, page 11 of our package.
So, Mr. Chairman, I received this email from Councilor Nyberg. Did respond, do have a verbal update on costs. If you want this request to continue to go forward, or how do you want to work this?
We can bring it forward on cost or
Sure.
on reasoning.
So the laptop that we acquired for you, rough cost $1,800. And the iPads that we got for council currently sit at $850 a piece.
Yeah, the quote we have is about 850. And in the 2019 budget, we allocated about 2,000 per counselor to consider phones and laptops or iPads this year. So we did.
So are we switching, Mr. Chairman, are we switching?
Well, I found the need myself with the emails and the Word documents that I was putting back and forth. We were having problems trying to get it approved, transferring it over to other systems. There was concern about transferring it to my systems at home. I do have all the Microsoft Office on my own computer at home. And from even for the Reeves ramblings for media updates and back and forth, and it was with the reduction in staff, Yvette and I talked, and she thought it was prudent that I would have this as a tool. I only use it for county business. I don't use it for anything else. But that was the.
And the only thing that I have an issue with is $1,800 seems like a ton of money. And that was one of the reasons I think previously that we went with the iPads. I do Word documents on my iPad. We have a actual keypad, and all I do is I switch to Google app for $9.99, and it does all my converting for me. I sync to a printer at home if I have to. I just have it Bluetooth to that printer. I can come into this office and I ask Andrew which printer can I use. He tells me, I can sync to it, and I have it printed off. The comment was in the emails that we are going into the future with using laptops. In my opinion, I think we're going backwards, because everybody that I have talked to going forward is smart tablets are the new and upcoming deal. Going backwards is going to laptop. And I can see at $1,800, that's an extraordinary amount of money, but I guess we'll leave it at that. There's not much we're gonna do about it anyways, so.
Well, you can favor what you'd like to from electronic device. This is what I favored, James.
Well, and I think then that should have been brought up originally.
Makes my life and staff's life easier by utilizing it, putting the information back and forth.
Are you returning the iPad? Is that what you've done?
I haven't yet, because we're working through syncing and everything like that, but I will, if that's the request. And my iPad also too, the whole keypad thing would have to be replaced because the hinge broke on it, so I don't even know what cost that has to do with it, but it happened at roughly the same time. So, Councilor Nixon.
Just, Mr. Chairman, just a question to, I guess it would be to Yvette, to Nikki, to Marlene, whom I've sent my documents. I'm not very technically savvy, but I could manage to print out a few things and email them, PDF. If that was a problem, was that a problem to convert? Did that take extra time to make it available to, say, the
re-rambling, for example.
re-ramblings, yeah, or any other thing that I've done, you know, like over the past quite a few years, I've just typed it out on here, turned it into however does it, a PDF, and sent it in. Now, has that been a problem? Is that time consuming?
From my standpoint, there are certain things that you send me on your iPad that I can't open, so then I either send it to Jared or Andrew to open it for me. I mean, I apologize, I should have went out to all council on this, but this is not unusual for the county of Stettler. Reeve Marshall had a MacBook Pro, which he requested when he was Reeve. I think those MacBook Pros are running around $2,500 to $2,800.
That was before we had iPads.
No, we had iPads too at that time.
We were the first council that had iPads, and I was never on.
I thought we had iPads forever.
Term, that was one of the things that we changed because we were killing so many trees.
We have, with staff-wise, I've always been open to use whatever you feel the most comfortable with. I don't use an iPad. I don't get along with it very well. I pack my laptop everywhere because I'm old and I'm used to running it. I have staff that like the iPads, like the computers. I have staff that use iPads and computers together. My iPad was collecting dust, so I put it back into the rotation, and I think Utilities has it and loves it. But I do apologize if I caused any of this. I tend to get, if people ask me for tools to help them better do their job, then I tend to oblige that.
And I guess my feeling, Yvette, was that this discussion should have been brought to council. I mean, it's a fair expense as far as council is concerned. I think we should have, if we're gonna spend money on something, we need to replace our chairs.
Well, I do apologize, and I will make sure any other requests like that come forward.
Just my 2 bits.
Councilor Nyberg.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think in moving forward to solve this problem, I think we should have a policy set forward that you either get an iPad or a computer. I don't think we should both have the option to get, we should not have the option to get both. To me, that seems like a flagrant use of taxpayers' money. I agree with Mr. Nixon that it's it's somewhat fair expenditure because tools are important, and I agree with that. I've been, pro iPad for a long time, not because I like the iPad, because I like the system that it works under. It's a counselor-proof system for the most part. If it doesn't work, you just shut it off, turn it back on, and it is something that does work. But I think to just have the option to have both is not something that should be there. You should either have either or, and getting both is not something that should be an option. That's a policy that should come forward so that this doesn't become an issue into the future. If next council decides that they want to have all laptops, fill their boots. If they want to have iPads, fill their boots. But I don't think in any way, shape, or form that you should be having both. To me, that is a flagrant use of taxpayers' money.
I think you should have both, but it looks like that iPad's, to me, is done or whatever. But, yeah, I think, is there anybody else that would sooner have, I think they should have whatever they want. Like, if you want an iPad, have an iPad, or you want a laptop, have a
1800 to
laptop.
1800 to 850, that's a huge difference. I think that's something that should have some discussion.
If it lasts over 4 years.
So does the iPad if you take care of it.
I take care of my iPad. I carry it in this bag all the time. I don't know what happened to it, but I do take care of it. But if you take care of it, I packed a laptop for many years and have never had problems with the laptop thing. But also, I never had an option between an iPad and a laptop when we started. So I agree in fully. If we want to bring forward in policy that we do this for electronic devices, I'm fine with that.
And just to speak to the plan that we did present a couple years ago at the beginning of this term, we did present basically a 2-year rotation on iPads. We are seeing, I don't know if you want to buy into the conspiracy theories that they purposely outdate them and make you want to buy one sooner or later. Laptops we do get typically 4 to 6 years out of. So there is definitely a significant consideration in the longevity of use between the two.
So if I could suggest perhaps we,
Councilor Gender?
want to go forward with, taking a policy to the policy committee?
Councilor Gender?
30 years ago, I got my first, I'll say, personal phone. It was a bag phone. You had a little handle on it. It was a little difficult to put in a person's pocket. Anyway, on some of these seminars that I've gone to, they have said that what has happened 30 years ago, it has changed over and it happens in 11 months. So what has happened 11 months a few years ago is going to be happening in a much shorter term now. I believe that we've got to change with the time to be ready for it. Myself, no, I do not need it. I'm not computer savvy. I'm hopefully that I can just barely get by in here with this. But if someone needs a tool, and I've always found even in our own business, if you need a tool, purchase a tool. If you can get it done faster and better and it can obviously in the end result better, let them buy the tool. So I'm, for whoever wants to, I'll say, enhance themselves and better what they are doing, by all means, I'm definitely for it.
Under all due respect, I agree with you, but if the tool's a pick or a shovel and I'm digging a hole, both of them are utilized in different manners. The shovel can be used for a multifaceted part. The smart tablets is the future going forward. They have for like $9.99 buy the Google app, and I can do all the word product I want on it, and I have I have the keypad to do it on. If you were working without the keypad, I would say yes, there is some difficulty. But since they've come up with the Bluetooth technology, that is the future, Mr. Gender. Apps are the future, and whether you are on a iPad background or if you're on a Android background, applications are what you buy. Instead of buying an $1,800 computer, we buy a $9.99 app. That's the future.
Councilor Nyberg did have on the table that it goes to policy. Do I have a motion to take it to the policy committee? Councilor Stettler?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Carried. 7.1, new business, request for decision, noise bylaw exemption request, page 12.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request.
From G3 Canada Limited. I think it's pretty straightforward, but I'm gonna ask Jacinta to speak to it. No.
Mr. Chairman. We have a request from the developers on the northeast of 353821, which is the G3 Canada project, to allow an exemption of our noise bylaw, which requires that construction activity cease at 10 p.m. and cannot restart until 7 a.m. This is our noise bylaw 130115. So they are asking to operate on a 24-hour basis for a 1-week period starting on October 21st, and they intend to be done by October 26th, weather permitting. So they have also requested, if possible, that they extend that exemption for another week, which would be till November the 1st. So what they are wanting to do is build the base, their cement base, for the elevators, and to work for 1 week consistently on a 24-hour basis. So I have the report there in front of you, and there's two options. You could allow it from the 21st to the 26th, or extend it to the 1st, or obviously deny the extension, and the activity would have to cease at 10 p.m. and recommence at 7 a.m.
Councilor Grover?
I think when they're pouring this cement, I kind of figured this one would come along. It's, once they start, it's way better if they just keep pouring it. And it's not like it's gonna be, they're applying for 6 months or anything. It's a 2-week period. I'll make the motion from the 21st to the 1st to extend that.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, just if I could, this concern that we had from one of the neighbors was the noise. I have no problem with the slip, and I understand that pouring the base for the slip is issue. I'm not sure when they're working on the track area out back. I think we should make this specific to the base and the site, because they have, where they're building the track is literally
Within feet.
It's meters away from that other people's house. There is a barrier of trees to windrows of trees, but I think that's just, people know when they're backing up a hoe or backing up a cat, that beeping noise is very loud. So I understand it at the slip base, that's fine, like on the main construction site, but the track site I'm not in favor of.
Yeah, and I just add.
I'll change my motion to just for the pouring of cement and that 24 hours.
At this time that I've been told, and so they're only building the cement base for the elevators.
They're building the track right now, so.
They started.
Yeah, they have started the track.
Okay, so just.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to just do it.
Just for clarity, I think we need to make that clear so that we don't have I want this project to go very clean and very.
I think they do too. I make that motion for the pouring of the cement. 24 hours.
Elevators to include.
Under our bylaw. Thank you.
And
Base for the slip, I know.
Question to Jacinta. Do they have to notify area residents, or how does that work?
we intend to post it on our website as well as on our Facebook page. I don't know, we can do a mail out, but it's coming up very soon.
Could we mail that out or get in touch with the close ones within a half a mile?
Do a drop mail out drops in the Erskine post office to all the residents there. I don't know if it would reach.
I don't know if you need all the residents, or just the ones within a half a mile of the.
We could do that.
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
I was gonna ask that too, if we could mail personally the ones who live close. I don't think we need to put it in everybody, but I think we should also post it, so that Erskine knows too, cause they're pretty close too. Either in the post office or besides what you're doing.
Councilor Nyberg?
When Mr. Nyberg gets done.
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem with it, but I don't necessarily think it's as critical as we think. Where they're pouring the slip at, I've been at the transfer site there, and you can't, I mean, other than the odd truck that is coming in on it comes in on the south side, there isn't any issues. And the only other thing that we should have is in this notice, the use of Jake brakes in the Erskine proper should be noted as well, that they notify their people that are bringing the cement in, and I think they're pouring most of the cement on site, but I noticed there's some inland trucks coming in. I noticed there was some North Star trucks coming in, and if they're using Jake brakes at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm sure Mrs. Neitz will get a phone call very shortly, so.
Food for thought. Sign, one of these ones that Mrs. Racher puts up out in front is from 21st of October to the 1st of November. There will be a concrete pour on 24 hours.
That is a phenomenal idea, Mr. Grover. I don't think you have them very often, but today is your day.
Whoa, we agreed on something.
That's probably the cheapest, that's the cheapest and most convenient way of doing it.
I think that would be a good way to do it.
I even think that G3 might want to sponsor that sign.
That would be one
Can
good
bring
one.
that forward.
On the highway, I would think, on the main, well,
Just, right at that intersection.
then it wouldn't be, we didn't know it was coming. I add that to my motion.
Are you okay with the additions to the motion, Marlene?
I think the Jake brake one has to be told to the G3 so that they know that they're, and I mean, our peace officers will love to hand out the noise bylaw ticket to the Jake breakers. Don't you need some?
The other end. Marlene, do you mind just telling us the amendment? I think we added a lot, so I just wanna make sure we got it.
The county step number 6, grant an extension to the county's land bylaw, to enable 24-hour construction activity on northeast half 34, 38, 21 for a specific period of time being October 21st to November 1st, 2019. For the pouring of cement for the cement slip base, signage to be installed notifying up to 24-hour construction, and I'll put on Highway 12 in there, and, no use of Jake brakes.
Notify G3 that their construction people should not be using engine retardant brakes in Erskine proper.
So are we dropping then the individual letters and opting for the sign, or are we still gonna send out individual letters?
I think the sign's the best way to do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Time to get up.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, ASB conference attendance, page 13.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Quentin speak to this. Did you want to speak to it? It's pretty straightforward.
Sure. Provincial conference is coming up, registration's coming out soon, I expect by the end of the week, and it's gonna fill up fast, so I'm just looking for who just wanted to attend, and if I need to secure any extra banquet tickets.
And yep,
Mr. Maverick, I am in. Just yourself?
For an extra ticket.
Can I send you an email? Because I know I've asked my wife twice on 2 different occasions of if it was RMA or if it was the conference. I'm gonna say no. If it comes up, we'll go out for dinner somewhere else.
Okay. Mr. Stuber,
I will attend, and I won't require an additional ticket.
Mr. Nixon? Mr. Clerk?
Go away.
I'm not sure if I'll need it. I am attending, not sure if I'll need it.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Likewise.
Okay, that's it for that one. going?
Yeah,
okay, so we didn't have
an RFD for this, but he's got central zone.
Regional conference is coming up. Looking to see who is going to attend so I can book seats for that. It's in Bowden.
What day is that again? Did you send that out?
Yeah, I wanna say November 27th.
Let me check.
It's right up here.
so we,
The agenda for it is later in this agenda package under 41 where we're talking about resolutions. Apologies, we failed to get an RFD for the actual attendance portion of this. We slipped our minds.
So make a calendar.
Just one second, is that one?
FCSS,
Is
but
on that same week?
I would book this now and then
Okay, yeah, cause I'm uncertain if I'm in the SCS one, so, book me in and I'll cancel if I have to.
I do have a report to deliver there.
Mr. Grover said yes, Mr. Clark said yes. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
7.3, request for decision, Parkland Regional Library's 2020 budget, page 14.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is something we do annually. Parkland Regional Library budget has been sent to us and they need approval by the 1st of November, I think, for it to go back out. They require a majority of the municipalities that participate.
Two-thirds majority, actually.
Okay.
Representing 2/3 of the population.
Or else when I speak to this, it should be lesser, Andrew. But the one thing that I did notice that is they're looking for a 30-cent increase to their per capita rate, which in the big picture isn't that much, but it's still an increase in our budget.
3.6%.
So I don't know if Andrew, you want to speak to it, or Les, you want to speak to it?
I guess,
Pardon me, I was just gonna highlight that yeah, the increase itself is just basically $1,700 on our budget in total. That is a 3.6% increase, so it is important to be aware of what that would mean if every committee we were a member of were requesting such an increase. Mr. Silberg sits on Parkland and can probably answer more details about the budget.
Yes, it is a $1,600 increase, but a lot of this is kind of beyond their control because there's so much e-content now that comes out of the US and the licensing and everything and the e-content that goes up is all in US dollars. So it's sort of a double hit there. And throughout every budget line, some of they just didn't put everything up by a certain percentage. Some of the lines came down, some of the lines were held, and then some of the lines that had to be changed were increased. And I think if you notice in the one chart there where through all the for all the regional libraries in Alberta, the Parkland one charges almost the least. There's one lower, but of all the regional, it charges the least to the municipalities of any regional library. And Parkland is one of the few libraries that doesn't charge the public libraries as well. Most of them double charge. They charge the municipalities and they charge the libraries. So you know full well when they're charging libraries, the municipalities will be funding that in a roundabout way. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, they're one of the most reasonable charges of any public or of any regional library in Alberta. And two, they got caught for many years. They hadn't raised wages and stuff, so then they had an independent body come in and check their jobs and stuff, and then by policy there was a grid system put in, and their wages are below average of regional libraries in Alberta as well. But they feel that if they don't give us slight increase this year in their wages, they're even going to fall further behind. They've got a couple positions they can't fill. They feel they're just not competitive in the wage scheme. So they do want to follow their grid policy and the cost of living, plus these other charges. And plus too that they do the interlibrary loans and stuff, so they have to replace vans and stuff because they're on the road a lot. So, and the tech side too. I mean, technology isn't come cheap. I mean, they have to keep their technology up because they provide all the technology for all the libraries in the central zone, and I think that's around 180,000 people that they serve. So, I mean, I know it's hard to accept a $1,600 increase, but on the other hand, I mean, it'll put them so far behind if it isn't approved. So, I guess with that, I will move that we do approve their 2020 budget as presented.
What's the cost of living in Alberta?
Now we're sitting about 1.3% August to August.
Counselor.
What did they forecast last year what the increase was going to be?
Excellent question.
I remember that. Hang on, I'll look it up.
It'll take a second to get the answer if there are any other discussion to have.
Counselor Sternberg, do you sit on that board?
I do.
They are aware though, like I'm sure the discussion has been where municipalities are for funding right now.
Yeah, that was a big discussion on that actually. But then I think I have it in my report, when it came down, because it's all municipalities that sit on that regional board. And that discussion was brought up about the tough times, but in the end, the delegates that were there did approve it like 26 to 5 or something.
When I look at the budget line and see the increase between last year, or this year and next year, it's over $100,000. And when I was reading the information, they were not sure if they were going to get all their grants for this year because the government hadn't let them know. Have you heard of updates since then? Because that's my concern too.
Other than they did get 50% of their granting, which they took as a good sign that libraries were still, in good favor with the provincial government and would be funded. But of course, just like anyone else, they don't know for sure.
In 17 it was 804, in 18 it was 825, so that is a. Nothing's working. What am I doing here? 824. Oops. It's about 2.5%.
Last year was 2.5%.
Well, last year was higher, was it not 5% last year?
It was a substantial jump last year.
It was just their cost of, or just their salary adjustments.
Oh.
That's usually the percent we remember is what we're touching on salary, because we always compare it to our own staff. Well, that was with their salary consultation that they brought in.
Okay.
But the actual overall was, closer to about 2%.
2%, two.
So what was it, $1,700 last year then to increase?
Would have been a little less than that than last year, probably closer to.
It's less than 1,000, isn't it?
So it would have been.
Yeah, 2.5% increase from last year. From 17 to 18 was 2.5. This year they're looking at 3.6.
Percents are deceiving, like in a way. When you got to think of the dollars, $1,600. Like on $1 million project, 1% is more than I can afford, but I could afford 1,600. It's so.
None.
Come on,
We
know you can afford it.
No, I'm just thinking, you don't get too hung up on percents, hung up on dollars. But anyway.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Needs and gender opposed? Request for decision, trade show, year 38. So that'd be 2020.
Mr. Chairman, if council wants to participate in the trade show in the spring of 2020, we need a decision because we have to do some booking. Nikki, do you have any comments that you would like to make?
No, I think I outlined it pretty well in there. We haven't attended for several years now. I believe it's 4, 5, 6 years. And the reason we're bringing this forward is because we would need to reserve a booth and move forward with plans if we're
going to consider it in this year's budget plan.
Counselor Gander,
Make that recommendation, please.
Discussion? Counselor Nixon?
Mr. Chairman, it's a lot of money, $10,000, and I don't think we're in a position to do that right now. I think we need to wait another year. If some of the things that are pending, perhaps in the oil field sector, happen, then we can look at it next year. We continue to take hits every day, every month. So I think we need to be a little more prudent. I realize it's a maybe a good thing to interact with the public, but I'm not sure that it's worth that much money. And I think the ratepayers expect us to be a little more prudent than we have been in the past as well. So that's my input. Thank you.
I agree. A lot of money. And I don't know if that would be full cost if you included all the time that our staff puts in on that.
Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I guess the question is, what do we plan on accomplishing by being in the trade show? And I would leave that to administration to kind of give us the Coles notes of that. And I would like that brought up. The other thing that I would bring up too, later on in this agenda, we're going to be talking about public engagement for our IDPs. So at any given time, we are going to be in the next 6 months to a year, we're going to be engaging with our public on a personal one-on-one basis, hopefully at these upcoming engagement sessions, which we've had lots of opportunity in the last. I think in the days when we didn't have much on the go and we didn't have that public engagement piece, the trade show was very important to get out to and get to see. I still have a little bit of problem having to pay a ratepayer pay $5 to come see us put on the bling. So, that's just my thoughts. And if what do we get from it? If you can maybe sell me on it, let me know what we get out of it.
My personal opinion is that we do better with our targeted public engagement opportunities when we go out to our areas. We live in a very big county, and when we take our road show on the road and we take ourselves to them in their communities, I feel like we get a little more bang for our buck, and we're there to communicate what's going on in the county, and they have face-to-face time to ask their questions. At the trade show, I feel it gets a little blurry. I feel like I'm not too sure that we're hitting our target audience all the time. We're definitely not all the time, because I don't know what the percentage is, but people come from all over to go to a trade show. So it depends what we're selling, and I don't know that we're selling anything that needs to be sold at a trade show.
My thoughts are much along the same line. I think it's nice to be out there in the community, but it's just that it is a nicety. And $10,000, I don't know where we would find it in this budget. We know this budget is going to be incredibly tight, and and it's just a lot of traffic that go for freebies. They see what you're giving out for free, sort of thing, and they stop by the booth. But actually, there isn't a ton of county business really answered there. So I think we probably should pass on it as well.
I know if council doesn't want to do it, and you don't think that we don't have anything to sell, that's fine. I know tonight our Lee Hardman's bringing up the idea of partnership with other people who are involved with rural crime, and it was suggested at a conference that we went to that we partner and do a trade show. Now, one of the other municipalities, they do just a trade show with RCMP and peace officers and any kind of securities and whatnot, or FCSS. But we said that would cost a lot of money, so we are thinking about just getting a small booth. We set it up, we put out our little magnetic signs, and then we talk about what we're doing, and we try and get our other agencies close to us, so we can kind of have the corner of helping to reduce rural crime. So get hopefully the RCMP involved and different agencies involved. And so that's going to be a discussion that we're going to have tonight to see if we did have it at our last meeting, but tonight we're going to finalize it, see if we still want to do that, see if we can get the partners to do something like that.
Mr. Gender?
What are the costs for council, per diems, mileage, everything like that, comparison to the whole amount?
Estimate for what we've done in the past for council to attend is about $3,000 for the weekend, about $2,900 when I did the math, which I'm not in finance, so we'd have to have that double checked, but that was my estimate.
I guess I'm just kind of
Wondering if council donates their time, all their travel, everything like that, to show goodwill to the county, we can put it on.
That would reduce my estimate by $2,900 approximately.
Councilor.
Mr. Chairman, good many of us go to the trade show anyway. And, I mean, wear your county hat, wear your county jacket like Dave has there today, and people recognize you and talk to you anyway. So, I mean, that's part of what we do and who we are, and people recognize us for that. So, I mean, we're there anyway, and if somebody wants to hunt us out, they will do so. And if you're sitting in a booth with the county of Stettler on it, I'm afraid we're going to be targeted by a few people who are trying to push their opinions on us like they have in the past. So that's nothing to do really with our day-to-day county work. So again, my 2 cents worth.
Councilor Jenner?
We'll just add to the motion that call of council, whoever attends, they donate their time.
Any other questions or concerns?
Mr. Chairman, that motion becomes quite ambiguous. I would like to split those into 2 motions, because now it becomes, I mean, that's kind of a goading motion, if I would say that, because it kind of, I would like to see that split into 2. I'm more than willing to donate my time, but if I vote against it, then I look like I am voting against donating my time, and I'm not in that. That's, to me, that is a very much a goading motion into, and that's not, in my opinion, very professional.
So the first motion's on the table, Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I would like to see if we do go to it, like maybe not till the next term, then you get new council, or you're gonna get some, or maybe you won't get any. To have it then, not now. Thank you. Okay.
Motion to donate time is first.
Donate time? Is that first?
Motion to donate time if we were to attend the trade fair first. All in favor? Carried. Okay, second motion on the table is, do we attend the or participate in the 2020 trade, to participate in the 2020 trade fair? Any other comments? All in favor? Opposed? All but Councilor Gender were opposed. Request for decision, it is in camera for CAO review, annual review.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we want to do this now, or do we want to wait till we go in, or we have other information for in-camera?
Oh, we still have another, okay, we do have Rick here?
I think this can wait, and if there's nobody really opposed to it, I think we could probably have this done near the end where, yeah.
Yeah, we should have adjusted it on our agenda,
But how long is it gonna take? 10 minutes?
which if we do it, if we can do it 11:30 or.
So we have an in-camera session here as 14 on our list. So I'm not 100% sure why. Say that again?
This item, we do need the actual, to remind us that we need a motion coming out of that.
I think it will be dealt with in our in-camera at number 14.
It was shown 10:30 also, James, from a time basis. They were both shown.
Your chair, Mr.
Time, but with Rick and
It's your
media here and stuff, no, I think we can put it before lunch. As long as we move through the rest of these.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
You're back now. Oh, where'd you go?
Okay, request 7.6, request for decision, rejoint meeting dates, page 40.
Mr. Chairman, administration felt that it was probably time that we had a meeting with the town of Stettler. It's been a while. We haven't started the ICF with the town, so I think it would be pertinent that we get together to start discussing the issues, and see who's gonna do the majority of the paperwork. But they are our largest partner, and we just haven't talked to them in a while, so we're looking for dates.
Councilor Needs.
So do you need a motion to?
A motion to attend, I guess, or to set the date. We're thinking after the RMA, the provincial budget's coming down, which I think is gonna have an effect on every municipality. We'll be at the RMA to get maybe a little more insight. I know the AUMA convention's over, they did get some pretty good insight from the premier, so with that, maybe that's a good idea.
Councilor Garbett.
Mr. Chairman, did you get anything back from them?
I'm starting with you first, and then I'll go to the town. They always wait for us anyways.
So, so would the 19th, it'd be an evening meeting, a Tuesday, the 19th work?
I'm thinking we could probably start around 5:30. We could bring
Supper meeting.
supper in and then go right into the meeting.
The 19th, how does that fit for everybody?
What month?
November?
What about the 18th? How about the Monday? Nobody's in?
No, that's an FCSS meeting. That's why I went to the 19th. It's an odd evening, but
I'm fine with the 19th.
no.
At night?
Starting at 5:30?
Or the 19th or the 25th is two options that I have available.
19th works.
Oh, so the 25th might be.
Yeah, they're the second and fourth Tuesdays.
So I'll propose the 19th and 25th.
Is it Tuesday night? Yeah. Maybe I can't do Tuesday nights.
Did you make that a motion, Mr. Nyberg?
I will make that a motion, yeah.
So I can't do the 19th, but I can the 25th or 26th.
26th one of our councils or one of the town council will be out of on conference. So
But the 25th would be okay.
the 25th would be okay, and then I guess the next one would be the 2nd of December, which is fine too. But I'll make that motion that we go the 25th or the 2nd of December.
Depending on what councils, the CEOs come up with.
Second of December's rec board, regional rec board.
So what about the 3rd of December, Tuesday night? Does that not work for you, Shereen?
Tuesdays are bad, yeah.
Wednesday the 4th? Anybody have a 4th of Wednesday?
Oh, clear.
So it either be the 25th or the 4th, eh?
Sure.
Okay, two dates that we have proposed. I'll make that motion.
When's their council meeting? No,
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays, right?
Okay. Any other comments? If not, all in favor?
Terry will have that sent out by counseling scheduling.
I'll put both dates in for now.
Yeah.
You guys don't book anything else for those dates?
Memo, Belky's Pond Edition, page 3.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry that this went out a little late. So I sent out the email that we received from Mr. Thompson from Ducks Unlimited to all of council, giving some historical information on Belky's Pond. Also, staff was able to find where we had corresponded in 18 with Minister Phillips, and basically the response that we got back to her. So Belky's Pond, and I think council and ASB board has discussed this several times about, we know that it's got some issues, the dam is failing, but it is a well-used recreational site in the county of Stettler that not only our residents enjoy, but we have other residents from Painter special areas kind of all over the province. Yeah. So so on September 27th, I met with Councillor Gender and Mr. Thompson, just trying to come up with maybe some solutions and maybe moving forward. At that time, I explained that it was time that we went, that all council was involved. I didn't want to move forward without all council knowing, you know, some information, what you thought. I'm kind of thinking if council wants to participate in any kind of restoration of the site, I definitely don't want the water license. I don't want the cost of repairing the berm or the dam, but would maybe like to keep the recreational area if possible. But I kind of think, based on past history of the ACA, there's so many acronyms in this thing, you'll probably get dizzy because I did, the Alberta Conservation Association, they'd be looking for us to waive our minimum tax, which is basically what we tax down there on the land surrounding that area. And our minimum tax right now sits at $50.
What?
$50 minimum tax. We could start the process by maybe having a chat with our MLA. He certainly has been wonderful to us. But I wanted to get council's direction, and I wanted to bring you up to date on what had happened. I even put a picture in the email, what I'm pretty impressed with, because I usually can't do that. But, so it's definitely, it's got some issues, but it is a beautiful site.
I'm thinking it's important that we get the input of the area councillor. I find it odd that you would have a meeting without the area councillor.
Came up really quickly. I apologize, Les.
I was just gonna say, I was disappointed I wasn't included in the meeting because that pond is something that's quite near and dear to my heart. And it is an important recreation facility, I guess, for the entire county and far beyond. So I really think it needs to be kept up, and we haven't had a change of government, and perhaps they'll have a different light and to get it improved. So I think that is where we should start, is to see if we, through our MLA and the ministers in place now, if we can get some attention drawn to this, because it needs something to be done, because as the memo points out, the erosion is continuing and it won't be long, and the two will be one. And then, like as it is, it's sort of like a 3 water body system. The water comes into the first body, which is a hay slough, and the water's held there till most of it soaks in for the value of the hay, and then it is let go into the second pond, which is to the left in this photo, and so that holds a lot of the water back too, although I don't think things are working properly now that it goes back and forth anyway, but it does come from the far end, so it does catch some sediments and things, and then of course the last to the right is the Belty Pond. So if it isn't fixed soon, I mean, it'll break through and it'll all be one there. And right on the south end of the pond, these photos don't show it, but on the south end of the pond too, where the trail goes around the pond with the moisture and stuff, I mean, you can't drive all the way around the pond anymore, so you can only access the west side of the pond, no access at all to the east side. So something has to be done. So I would like to make that motion that we do start the ball rolling once again with our MLA and the appropriate ministers.
Councilor Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To administration, have we had
Public Works have a look at that and see what it would cost us to, as a county, to improve this at least? Even we could do it off season or something like that to make it.
Are you talking about the berm, the dam? Is Rick still there? Yeah. Rick, can you comment on that? I know that he has looked at it. The cost of any estimates we've received or talked about are very substantial.
Yes, one of the other things I'd really like to caution you about going forward is the status of all the licensing and whatnot for that facility. There is crown land around it, there's private land around it, and we have to be very careful that we're not taking on a responsibility that's then going to hold us accountable for all appropriate licensing if they haven't done it already. Changes to it, wetland mitigations, and all kinds of things that can come out of this. The cost can go up quite high. From a construction perspective, when I talked to the government a few years ago when this first came up about us just lifting our road because they wanted us to do more, the numbers were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the repair properly. But the other side of this whole thing is when it releases water onto other properties and things like that that are all impacted. And I haven't been able to find any current appropriate licensing for that facility at this point. So it's not clear that they're even following their own rules currently on how to deal with these type of water bodies. So we do want to tread carefully because construction itself versus everything else that may come along with it, we want to make sure that the responsibility falls in the right hands.
Mr. Chairman, seeing that the berm or the dam or whatever you want to call it is there, the environmental part of it, of the equation should already be looked after to some extent. So
should be.
So I think maybe wouldn't hurt to do a little research on that and just find out what we could do to mitigate some of the erosion there at least. I mean, seeing that the dam's there, I think to repair the dam shouldn't require a whole lot of environmental impact or cares even. I think it would be just a kind of a win-win situation if we could even improve on it to some extent.
Yeah, and doing the work to make it better as far as what it's doing up there is one thing, but taking full responsibility for the facility, we want to make sure that we're not buying a whole bunch of liabilities outside of that facility as well.
So there would be a little bit of homework have to be done beforehand, but
yeah,
you know, that would the only thing that's going to cost is time, I guess. And,
time and materials, and you know, you got to de-water in order to get at the slopes and things like that. So there's a fair bit.
Well, the research into it is what I'm saying is it's just going to require some time, and when you get into the actual construction end, but of course that's something that we would have to certainly look at.
And I think your idea of talking to the MLA and whatnot to get some idea of are they going to support some change out there towards fixing it or not, that's probably the first step. But let's not overstep right now and buy a bunch of responsibility that we're not ready for until we have all those details. If that makes sense. I mean, getting them to cooperate with us, that's where we were a couple of years ago, and they just shut it down and said, nope, we're not fixing it. So.
That's my question to last was your motion just going towards starting the conversation with the government and seeing what they can do for us first?
It is basically their responsibility because it's used by far more people than the county residents, and their pockets are much deeper than ours. So I think it should come out of their pockets to fix this.
Their response was, though, that they'll close it before they'll spend money on it at that time.
So, like I say, we have had a change of government.
So, Mr. Chairman, through to administration, we get paid a service fee for looking after this? Is that still, what kind of money are we talking, that service fee?
I don't have it off the top of my head, I could get it, a small amount.
$1,500, or are we talking,
I would be surprised if it was that much.
is that a per month basis, or is that total annual?
It's around 2,500 to 3,000 for the two facilities that we maintain for Alberta Parks. Yeah.
So, I mean, I know it's kind of a ugly word to say in here, but is it possible to turn it to an actual camping facility? We know we have people that are camping there. I know that's been some of our problem in the past that we've had that, but if we actually charge them, is there something that we could turn this into more of a generating revenue than just a sucker of money?
I believe, Councilor Nyberg, we can do anything that you ask us to do, but be aware.
Awesome, then just fix this for nothing.
Be aware that this is in the far corner of the county of Stettler, that the minute you start charging people for a service, their expectations go up. I don't have the staff to monitor this campsite every day. So, in talking with Painters County the other day, they have two campsites kind of like this. They want to get rid of them.
Okay, no, and that's good, fair question, then that's good. I wanted to know, I know there are a number of municipalities out there that have some sites. And I can't remember the one right off Highway 21, but it's a beautiful site that Nehill County administrates, and it's a gorgeous site. It seems to be busy all the time, and again, 2 minutes out of Three Hills, so it's easy access for them to maintain, right?
I have a little experience running Mackenzie Crossing when I was at Big Valley. We would build picnic tables, they would be in the river the next day. We ordered firewood, we would meet the farmers coming back from the site with the trucks full of firewood. I mean, you can't keep on top of it. You just, if they're privately
I know
owned.
they're camping down there, I just think we should get some money out of them if they're doing it, that's all.
I'll speak to that one, now that they let the crew that is looking after it, they don't have any problems, because everybody that camps out there is about half scared of about 3 of them. And they haven't had any of that throwing the thing over, and when they put wood there, it's burnt there. But they also patrol it and stuff like that, and I think you would get buy-in in Les's area on this here. And I don't think that it would take that much, Mr. Green, to burn that up properly. At the day when they built that, they didn't have the means to get a bunch of rock there. We do now. I fished at that pond when I was hardly old enough to walk, and that was just like a few years ago. For the area.
Are there dinosaurs then?
Diney, I tied him up at the brush pile. Everybody will use that, and when they had, before that washed out and everything else, and you could drive around and stuff, there was people come out there. Apparently they might have stayed overnight, but they're from Calgary, and they just enjoyed out of it, you know. I might have stayed over there overnight, but my truck wouldn't start, I guess, so I had to stay, I guess, unfortunately. And my wife wouldn't let me leave there. It's a nice area. I think for the few dollars worth of rocks that you gotta haul in there, and if you get an engineering firm to come and do it, and it'll have to be this, and have to be that. It never really had enough rock hauled into it in the first place, and if it does wash out, it's not like you're washing out a highway or anything, it'll just wash out where it is. And our trucks get going and get to hauling rock. I think there's some rock that is closer than what we actually own in the Crawford pit. But, you know, we got our fleet of trucks. There's ratepayers down there that pay taxes every year too. Sometimes, not to blow on Les's thing there, but sometimes they don't get a whole lot of service for what they pay for taxes. I would like to see it fixed.
And honestly, I mean, to do a maintenance repair is not a big deal. We can haul rocks, we can get the hoe in there and fix up the banks as we go and work our way across it. Very, very small cost with their own forces. And most of the big rock we have to armor it with is not processed, paid for rock, so we can do a lot of that type of stuff as long as that's what the goal is. If they're insisting on a full fix, engineers involved, consultants and everything else, geotechnical, the dollars start climbing up in a big hurry.
I would take then to them that if we're gonna fix it, we'll fix it. If they want to engineer and do all that, then they cough up with the money for it. But I tell you, it'd be it's well used. If you get fixed that and you stock that, I don't know of trout anywhere in all the little ponds in the county and in Painters that grow faster than those ones there. And everybody enjoys going there. It's a real rural area. I think it's great, but it's right on the pavement too.
And it's one of those things too, it looks like one of our regular roads that gets flooded out in the spring, wetlands on both sides that we lift up and do work on, so it's familiar work. The fish habitat and things like that, we may have to do something to protect them, so we're not silting in and having them suck up a whole bunch of the mud fines and everything as we're working, but all these things can be accommodated. But if the goal was to full geotechnical design and rehab and whatnot, rather than just maintenance on it, that's where the dollars come.
Councilor Gender?
I've been down to McLaren Dam, that's down in the Starland one. They charge you $20 a night for a non-service 30 for it. And on a long weekend, the most that you'll ever really see down there is about 10 units. So as to make a money maker, no, that is not, this will never be. But it's an oasis out in the middle of kind of nowhere. And I've been asked by residents down there why it's kind of being delayed. This is my involvement into it, and I enjoy going out to parts like this because of the peace and quiet. Whereas for the county to take on this project, I would be very damn leery because of what's really involved into it. But I would love to be able to see it fixed up by someone, but it is going to be a lot of dollars. And it's not just the dirt work, it's gonna be all the armoring of those walls with the rock, and whether the county or whether there's any rock nearby there that could be accessible, whether someone would have maybe rock piles from farmers that they would be willing to donate. There are landowners down in the area that are very much interested into it. And I've talked with one of them, he said that he would love to be able to see it brought up to standards, but I also mentioned to him, be careful on what you wish for, on what could really come happen, maybe some riprap coming around the area that could maybe influence their way of life also.
Councilmember?
Is there, and my question again through to administration or maybe Mr. Stolberg, is there a Friends of Belkey Ponds and Friends of Kerbis? I know there is for Kerbis's Pond.
Not anymore.
They kind of went by the wayside, but was there ever the Friends of Belkey Pond?
There was a Belkey Pond Fish Association. It was a very active group for a very long time. And then there was one of the provincial government departments told them that they really didn't want them, because of liability issues, they really didn't want them working there anymore. So then they pretty much folded after that, because they did do a lot of work there for many, many years. It was basically built by volunteers. Dave knows that. His dad was involved. My dad was involved in that. When they built that, you know, the trails and the woodshed and the camp kitchen and the toilets and the garbage cans and all that is all volunteer work that went in there. But they were just uninvited, basically.
So maybe that's the course of action to take as well, is to, do you think that you could get that group or a group down there to start up again? Honestly, that would be the best case scenario. If you could get the government to cut the red tape, like they say they want to, and let the Friends of Belkey Pond have at this again, that's the best case scenario for the county, the best case scenario for the province of Alberta, and for the people of Alberta, I think, because those volunteers do great work, and I think they do it very economically, like we were talking earlier.
Okay, Councilor Stolberg, you're gonna answer that?
One thing, with the aging of the diehard volunteers, the next generation coming up isn't quite so keen to volunteer quite as much. And plus our population has declined down there too. So I think there would be interest in it, but I couldn't guarantee you'd get a big enough committee to do it all either, but.
I like Leslie's idea of starting out first talking to the MLA, we have a new government, see what they say, and then after we find out what they say, then we start doing our own research, and like James said, you know, if we can put some rock in there without all the red tape, then we can look at that. But I like the idea of starting out with the MLA first before our county does.
The Friends of the Belkey Pond thing, yeah, there's interest. Young guys that live, there's two there for sure that live close to it. We had that conversation at a function down there. One being Mr. Groundwater, Nolan, he lives right by it, and Dwight Tucker, two of them.
Well, there's a few, but.
There's a few. Then there'd have to be some old war horses like Les maybe go and help too. And I would go over there and help them whenever I could spare for time, I'd go and help them, because I think it's a great cause.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. We had lots of discussion. Can we take it forward? All in favor? Carried. No. Request for decision, funding request, Halloween Howl, page 8 of the additions package.
Mr. Chairman, this is pretty self-explanatory, just looking for some direction.
Okay, actually, on this one, yeah. This year, I mean, I see in the memo where they have sponsored the food bank for many years, but this year they've chosen to sponsor Stettler Crisis Aid, which is under the FSS umbrella, which is an organization that gets very little funding, and of course the food bank gets so much from so many different sources, so they've shifted it that way. So, I mean, that organization does need funding, so it would be great that the more costs that are offset through the putting on the event, the more Crisis Aid will receive. So I just haven't pulled up my additions package yet. So was there amount suggested in this, or?
This morning, I didn't see anything in there for an amount.
It says monetary donations, door prizes, or volunteer help.
Okay.
So then there was something, wasn't there something so much a table or?
No. No, that's a different one.
Counselor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chairman, this one I have mixed emotions on because I like to support crisis aid. This, however, is an individual that, and I doubt they make any money on it, but they are putting on it. It's kind of it's a individual person putting on a dance. So it's not even a group of people. It's not like it's the Kinsman or a service group or anything. I think their intentions are well here, but this does open a door for a lot of different funding models. To me, this is something that we hand to Nikki for a donation and move forward. I don't know. I mean, Mr. Stolberg can slap me if he wants.
Nixon's ahead, but then, yeah.
And I guess, I hate to agree with Councilor Nyberg, but
I'm just thinking that we might be farther ahead to make a donation directly to crisis aid, because for the same reason that James was talking about, there's so many costs involved to putting this on, and they may or they may not make any money at all. So I think our money would be more spent, or better spent in another direction. Like
It was cold yesterday. Hell was freezing over, Mr. Nixon.
Counselor Stolberg?
I even agree. I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree with these points as well, because if you wanna fund crisis aid, it's probably best to do it direct. So like if they're asking for something, I think we could support it with a door prize. That would be my motion.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I was gonna ask, who is actually sponsoring this, and then James answered, and then, I actually do like, Wayne's, response saying that maybe we should just donate the crisis aid program, cause I don't know how many volunteers are actually on this. Usually when you do events like this, you have a lot of volunteers donating their time. It's not listed here, maybe there is, but it's just not listed here for us to see the volunteer time too.
FCSS is volunteering to help out. Or crisis aid, however you look at it.
No, it is crisis aid that is helping out. Let's be clear about that, Mr. Stolberg.
Have they asked for
Any donations in the past, or any response?
Say that again.
have they asked for any financial assistance
This is
in
the
the
first time they've ever come to us. Crisis aid has never known.
I do find in here, okay, like there's a lot of things in here that I find the agriplex, they could maybe go over to them and ask for a reduction in there, especially being that they're not donating it. The alcohol is $3,500 plus the mix, so like they're going to get payments back on there. And if you're gonna ask someone to do security for a good reason, I don't know why the heck they're really paying. Some people should be stepping up and donating time like that, so I just find that I would just make a donation directly to it.
Just to clarify in the information I have, it is Wayne and Roxanne Dickey with Aurora Burger and Brandy Page. So there are 4 people listed in here.
Any other questions or comments, or I guess we'd had it that there would be the motion would be for a door prize?
Value of the door prize?
And the door prize.
What is the value? Just roughly, so Nikki doesn't give them a 500 thinking 100, or 100 thinking that we're thinking 500, whatever, or 50 or whatever. I'm not saying it. So there is a monetary note with that.
Okay, I would, up to $100 value for the door prize.
So I was just asking a question. Is there a motion on the table?
That was the motion.
So your motion is it for crisis aid or is it for this?
This would be to the Halloween a door prize with a value up to $100, whatever you can find.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? request for decision funding Stettler Festival of Lights, page 14 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, we annually participate in this. Weekly, we buy a table.
The table of 8 this year is $520. Just looking for direction if you want to continue or not.
Counselor Grover?
Make the donation, same as last year.
Purchase the
We're on
table.
table. Questions, comments? All in favor?
I was gonna ask, was it a table last year or a donation last year?
Okay.
Typically get a table, they had it for last few years.
You're okay with that still? Yeah, okay, carried.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask council that
If they want to attend, please let Nikki know. Sorry.
Okay, request for decision municipal corporate planning and finance course, additions page 16.
Mr. Chairman, just looking for approval to send Councillor Nyberg on a course through the elected officials program, and it's the on October 16th, municipal corporate planning and finance. So it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know, Councillor Nyberg, if you want to speak to it.
Mr. Chairman, just that I think education is important, and I think especially with the time that we're going into, if we can get some possible hints or tricks or some ultimate wisdom from anywhere about planning and budgeting in the near future, because it's a new ballgame, I think it's imperative that we go. Our course on the Friday of that week has been canceled, so this is basically a wash.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Nyberg, with that, would you go up in the morning and?
For 8:30
in the morning start.
I would just go up in the morning. That's not a big drive for me.
Any questions?
It's definitely not Kananaskis country, so.
All in favor? Carried. Request for decision stop order northeast. Do we carry that?
I would put that off until after you're confirmed whether you have a delegation concerning it or not.
Okay, request for decision IDP public engagement, 712, and it's a discussion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as we spoke about at the MPC meeting, at the Buffalo
Lake IDP committee meeting, we floated the idea to our members about putting forward an amendment to allow for increased sites at the Buffalo Lake Family RV Resort, aka Paradise Shores. So we have received some feedback, and we haven't sent a letter out yet requesting that councils consider the change, but we wanted to talk to you a little bit about strategizing how we would accomplish this. We think it's in bad need of some public consultation, and I think that was maybe some of the roadblocks that we ran into last time. One of the suggestions is that we meet with all our community associations up there, which we did this summer, and it was I thought, a very positive meeting. And we got a hold of all the representatives from, I think there's about 5 or 6 of the community associations up there, and the summer villages would, of course, be welcome to attend. And we could see if we could outline the pros and cons to bringing forward an amendment. The one thing that I don't think people understand is that we're not breaking any rules. We're working within the confines of the MGA and our land use bylaw, but more importantly, the Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP. So we're looking for feedback from council. Would you like us to start with the community associations, or would you like us to book a hall to get get more public to that meeting and talk to them? Nikki, you can maybe chime in here, because this is your forte.
Yeah, I feel like we're a little bit behind in the messaging because the Buffalo Lake IDP meeting occurred and information was then disseminated, I guess, through members of that committee. So I feel like part of the messaging is getting out, but not all of the messaging. And I think it's important that we inform everyone that our county and our development authority are investigating all the options available to remediate this ongoing situation. We can't just walk away and pretend it didn't exist. It's there. So we want to address all these options, but I would recommend that we do it in a staged event category, from meeting first with community associations, representatives from community associations, and the representatives from the summer villages, and being given the opportunity to lay out. I mean, we've investigated this thoroughly, so there are some options and there are some different routes we could take, and those all involve different outcomes. So we'd like to go over those ideas with them and collect feedback, and then from there, if the community associations want to invite their communities to a meeting and they would like our support to provide information, I think we could offer that as well. And then if we need to go out further to the public from there, we can do that as well. But I would recommend a staged approach.
I know through talking to some people, they really like that approach of being able to talk to the developer and to ask questions of us too. So they have asked that we would do something like this so that they can get the information and they can share information too. So I think it's very important that we go out.
Yeah, I would hope that maybe the county first meets with everyone, and then if those community associations would like to invite the developer in for a discussion as well, we would be happy to help with that as well. But the idea is that we aren't here to shove something down everyone's throat, that we're here to consult and have, valuable community discussions, but there are several sides we need to consider as a government.
Mr. Nixon.
I definitely agree that we need to have a staged approach, and we're not anywhere as close to having a public meeting yet, because already the information that's got out in some of those meetings have gone into have been looked at in I guess not the spirit that we presented them, that Yvette presented at the meeting, the IDP meeting. And there's been people who are encouraging letter writing campaigns already. It's been on Facebook on the web page. So we know that this is going on already, and they don't have all the information, just like Nikki says. So definitely agree. Start with small meetings, and when people realize that what we're trying to do is working within the MGA, then we move on to something different. But until then, keep them small. I definitely agree, Nikki.
Yeah, I guess I echo those same sentiments. I think it's great to meet with the people and give them the information, but I think it's better to work in small groups. I mean, it's just a more comfortable setting. I mean, last time the former developer didn't quite do it that way, and there was one meeting in Stettler with a hall full of angry people because they just come. I mean, I guess certain people stir up hysteria almost, and then once you got an angry mob, nobody's listening. So I think starting small to get the information out, I think that's the best answer, so people see the whole picture and then go from there.
And Mr. Chairman, I would imagine through to Nikki that I imagine, Nikki, that you will be putting information on our page and
Yes,
Facebook, wherever, Twitter, whatever, just that real news.
correct. After we have some plans made and some meetings held, then we will put some information together for the public to consider and to explain how we have to look at this item, which is through a business lens, and observe it from all affected parties.
Those means,
So would you need a motion from us then to proceed, or do we just start?
Yes, please.
So I'll make the motion that we,
Start discussions with our community associations.
And Summer Village representative.
Maybe that one. Summer Village representative.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, how do these meetings, how do you perceive these working, this needs, what are you seeing happen here? I find the motion quite ambiguous right now. It's not something that it's not giving us a lot of directions. I'm not sure I know what I'm voting on.
Well, from what I understand from what Nick was telling us here today is that we would start out kind of going around from different associations just to keep it small.
The we being who?
I would suggest we invite the South Shore Buffalo Lake Community Association representatives in. So normally we ask them to send 2 representatives from each committee forward, as at the same time as 2 representatives from the Summer Village of Roshan Sands, the Summer Village of White Sands, and 2 representatives from our council. And administration will lead the meetings here. And then from there, we'll assist them if they wish to go out further to their community association groups.
Does that clarify?
Yeah.
any other questions or concerns?
So we're starting with Buffalo Lake, South Shore.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, would that be the time, because we do have on the books from previous that we were going to have a discussion about the money that we were spending as well. So it could be a twofold meeting? Is that something that I could see there? Or do we want to just concentrate on one? Because I know they're all, especially the South Shore guys, are going to talk about the $1.1 million that we have in reserves.
You mean the reserve, the Buffalo
Lake Reserve.
Is that an opportunity to put on the agenda?
Sure, and then we could do that.
I don't wanna take away from, this topic because unfortunately, I think there's, I'm not accusing anyone of miscommunicating, but I think, nerves are raw. We're trying to rebuild the trust with our neighbors and our residents. And so it would have been nice to, take some time off, but when you look at this through a business lens, we have to move. We have a problem up there and we have to work towards a solution. And I want everyone to feel like they've been heard and that council has heard what they've had to say. The South Shore Reserve, the problem I always, well, not a problem, but it's just the way it is. A lot of the lake residents aren't around during the winter. So when we get talking a little bit more about the reserve, it seems to be in the springtime. And I think we're probably close to getting another draft back to the policy committee and then hopefully get the policy committee's draft out to them, which we could take written input on and then present it in a more public venue.
Right, and it's just, that's kind of what I'm getting at. We have a very limited time of having these people around. And I know, and that's where I'm coming from, is I don't necessarily want to muddy the waters, but I also feel that if we are making a commitment to meet with them, maybe it's not just the only thing that we have to talk to them about. I mean, we've had some suggestions of what we would like to do with that reserve money. And just to float that out there might be advantageous timing wise, is if that's what administration is the thought.
Consideration just on that is our winter window, so to speak, is closing. Their seasonal window is closing. So administration will be pretty busy even just preparing for the one topic of issue to bring back, to get it through policy, our proposed changes through policy, and then ready in time may be overtaxing for the staff we have available right now.
And the only thing that I'm thinking of, we're talking to representatives, we're talking to people from each organization.
typically in the past, it's been hard to get all the residents together. So I'm not looking for a full build out. I'm thinking that it's just float that balloon and say, here's what we're thinking, just so you know what's out there. More than any real hardcore policy, I guess.
I know we have reached out to our community associations earlier this year, and we did pull in quite the vast majority of them to discuss the reserves. So I know that none of them would want to be left out when we are starting the other topic of, the density. So I think we have to be cognizant of both of those, that we have started discussions with this group here on the reserve, and then the density is different.
I guess the proposal that I'm speaking of is what we talked about last time about the reserve, what we were talking about, that we haven't proposed to anybody yet. But
Right, we haven't.
I don't know, unless maybe you have.
The policy committee did make substantial changes to the policy after that consultation and did direct us to seek additional consultation prior to presenting to council. So we do, that isn't our intent, but it might be tough. We can try.
No, that's fair enough. The time is so tough to get their time in front of them. If you can have, can deal with a couple other items, it would be nice.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Any other questions, comments?
You have everything you'll need to go forward, Nikki? Okay. All in favor?
Sorry, just,
It's gonna be a fast timeline probably to get something set up here quickly because of the seasonal window, so, be prepared.
Did council want to give consideration to the two members of our council that would sit on this workshop?
Should be the Reeve and the MPC chair, I think, is who should sit. That's what's been in the past.
Do you want to include that in your motion then? If that works.
Good with that role.
yeah, that works for everyone.
With that, all in favor? Carried. Our next topic of discussion was Regional Agri Services Board Conference resolutions, but with Quentin not here.
I can touch on that quite easily.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I was opposed to that last.
You were opposed to that?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I saw your hand up, so. Apologize for that.
So Quentin, want you guys to know, as you're all sitting as ASB members, that any resolutions that need to go to the November 27th regional conference, he needs them by Friday, by the end of the week. So if you have anything for him, please send it directly to Quentin, or you can direct it through me. And then everything else with that was taken, and he will then bring it back to ASB October 23rd for each suggestion, any resolutions that you guys bring forward individually to be approved by the board as a whole, and then he can forward it on to his deadline of October 30th for the regional consideration.
Okay, so with that, Councilor Grover? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Our next topic of discussion, that covered us up till 11:40. So if we could, we have to fit that CAO review in either now or right at 1 o'clock.
Now gives you more time if you need to run into lunch.
Yeah, so I think if we can go into camera and do that, please. Councilor needs move us into camera, all in favor? were discussing was the request for decision CAO annual review.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the review as discussed.
Any other questions or comments?
Just comments that thank you, Yvette, for putting up with us for another year again, and good luck with putting up with us in the future, because we're getting older. I am.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I didn't see a picture up yet, and I didn't in the comment.
Yeah, we did, actually. We thought we'd go with a full, yeah.
Do the full.
45 minutes of our whole discussion of how you got there.
Hey, all in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion that remuneration as discussed in the meeting, that the BREEV have conversation and let our CEO know the findings.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we will move to reports.
Mr. Chairman, I just, there's something that I'd like to bring forward, and you can shoot me down if you want, but I'd like to make a motion that we have the staff, Mr. Burshik, I think we would be a good one to look into buying new chairs for the council chamber. Just try this one out. Back and forth.
I annoyed him already.
We can possibly take into budget discussions.
Yeah.
We'll take the nails out of them anyhow. Okay.
But perhaps when budget time came along, we could have some numbers.
Because I know the lighting is another situation that has not been reviewed for the rest of the office either.
That will be coming back this year, hopefully.
The lights.
Yeah.
We just gotta wait on that one.
Yeah, we had to wait, and that's long.
Still in the budget, right?
Yeah, it's still in the budget for 2019 to complete, and yeah, we're gonna get proposals out shortly, I believe.
Okay. Reports, 11.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, 59. Yes, page 59, the main package.
Are there any questions on that?
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, just on the Omega Cemetery, we'd had some discussion about boring underneath the town, or underneath the highway. I'm just wondering, was there some issues with getting enough pressure on that? I have no problem with it. I'm just wondering, I think in every decision we make, we should have a little bit of a review to just kind of see. And I was told that they had some trouble with pressures, so.
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
They were having trouble with pressures, James, because the share off of the line is 1 gallon per minute. So that's the issue. That was their issue with pressures. You open a hydrant and you have a gallon a minute coming out of it. Upstream of that is 60 plus pounds.
Right, so
what they're from the boring aspect or whatever, it didn't cross any roads or anything. It came from.
No, and we had the two options, and I'm wondering if it would have made more sense for us to bore under the highway and give them full pressure.
No, it wouldn't have, because there was no line there.
I thought we talked about coming right across the highway, taking a tap right off the Shirley McClellan.
Oh, it had to go up to the railroad track to the north.
It used to come off the old Gatsby Water Co-op. But yeah, pressure was a bit of an issue.
Okay, and then I must be mistaken, because I was under the impression that we had a discussion earlier in that meeting about whether or not to take it and bore under the highway. And cost was not substantially more, but it was more to come underneath the highway, so.
There was nowhere to take it. Like if you would've went under the highway, it would've had to go 3/4 of a mile to another road crossing and 3/4 of a mile to the west to tie in at my dad's place, which is also 2-inch, so it wouldn't have gained anything, James. If it would've went up to the rail bed, that's where the Shirley line is north of the mega cemetery up to the old rail bed. So no, it was there and it was explained of what their share was.
No, and that's fine. I'm just,
So there is pressure there.
I'm just thinking what we need for pressure is, and if we make that decision knowing that pressure was an issue going forward, maybe we should look at doing the other lines as well.
It's actually volume at pressure though, because there's a 1-inch dole valve put in place that controls the flow to 1 inch. So if you looked at the pressure on the upstream side of the dole valve, it would have been operating at 50 PSI, 40 to 50 PSI. I think the expectations of some of the ladies is you would open a hole, you'd be able to flow 3 garden hoses off of it, but it was very clear to them, it was a gallon a minute, and they would have to put tanks in order to have an irrigation system there. They would be 1,440 gallons a day is what would go into those tanks if they flowed for 24 hours a day. So,
no,
they've resolved what they had. They've put in, I believe, a 1,500 gallon tank and a pump off of it that is easily drained, and they can irrigate their 3 different.
No, and that's all that was brought to me, so that's why I was wondering, like, we had talked to coming off the main line, and then they'd have all the pressure they need.
But I don't know if that ever, don't remember that ever being.
And it in the back of my mind, that came to the discussion of whether we.
Doesn't back we came across the highway, right, because it was on the north side?
No, it seems to me that it was, because we talked about going across Gordon Jackson's property, right? And then we said no, or coming off, just directly off the water line.
Either way, to get to the main line, we still would have to cross Jackson's property, because to the.
No, and that wasn't the issue, it was just which line we took, whether, if it was the same money, we should have maybe came off the main line.
It would have been another bit better than a half a mile.
So what would the trenching be on that?
Pushing, it's about $30 a meter, $35 a meter, is it now?
So what kind of money are we looking at?
$50,000.
How many?
$40,000.
One of the problems we have out there is, anything we service off the Gatsby Water Co-op, we hold them to, especially if it in any way can interfere with someone else's pressure, we have to offer them the same as what the members of the Gatsby Water Co-op. They signed an agreement when they come and get hooked up for rural water that they're promised 1 gallon per minute, but when they come directly off the Shirley or directly off the county rural distribution line, we haven't been holding them to that. The day's gonna come when we're gonna be built out, and that's all we've got, and oh boy, people are not gonna be happy. And that was obvious when we did the Bymore water line. The rural water users were very upset that we didn't notify them or give them enough notice that we were going to be shutting off the water line for 5 hours. Yet, they were giving lots of notice when they signed the contract that they should have 2 days of water in their cistern, but a lot of them don't because the pressure's so good. Right?
No, and that's fine. I mean, and I think that's communication, right? I mean, like Larry said, they don't understand that you're getting, they thought they were getting water, and as soon as you say hydrant, they think, just like everybody else's hydrant, you can run a 300-foot garden hose and get all the pressure you want at the other end.
And it was a gallon, because they called me as a community person really to go up there, and they said, we're not getting enough water flow, and I said, well, if you grab a gallon pail, it'll be exactly what you signed, you'll have it filled up in a minute.
Well, we looked at removing the coupler too, right? But then we would have, Jackson's wouldn't have had enough water, so.
No, fair enough, that's good then.
Any other questions on the CEO report? Nothing, Jen?
The pheasant back, like they're saying that it's over budget by 14. They're saying that they had to drill something. I'm just kind of wondering where that drilling would have been done, because they'd have had to drill everything else in.
We should have brought Randy in here, but we did run into things in the ditches. We had problems with one of the bores. There was something else underneath where we wanted to bore, so we had to move. Every time you move, of course, it adds cost, but you're in the middle of a job, so what do you do? So.
We can follow up and get a more
We
detailed
did an
report.
actual explanation of exactly what they ran into.
Yeah, I just did the as-built on that, and we ended up moving it
Yeah.
entirely across the road.
It was stuff that was in the roadway or in the ditch that we had no way. That was the same with Weimar. I mean, oh my God, everything was going great, and all of a sudden we went to turn in Bymore, and absolutely in the ditch, every TELUS, gas, electric, everything right there. So the only thing to do was to bore and get the line done, and that added $10,000 onto the cost.
I find it's okay if you're gonna be doing some drilling, there aren't many facilities under the ground that are down in that depth other than say like, maybe gas lines that are gonna be crossing line. I don't see it would have been much of a problem.
In Bymore or?
No, out at Pheasant Back.
Yeah, we ended up moving the line, and I can't remember, I know we ran into something, but I'll get you the explanation, I'm sorry, we should have had Randy here, but. Because when I wrote the memo, he was on holiday, so I didn't get a chance to confirm.
I didn't see that we ran into utilities and things.
I'm thinking in Erskine, we did that on a number of places.
Oh, yeah, you just.
We had nothing but nightmares where things were supposed to be, were not where they're supposed to be.
You first call and you think you know where they are, and then you go to dig, and where did this come from? It was awful.
Any other questions? If not, could we?
I'll move the administrative officer's report. Mr. Chairman?
All in favor? Carried. Financial reports. Accounts payable register, bank reconciliation reserves, and year-to-date budget report. There was some questions by email on this. Is there any other questions on any of them?
I did just want to point out this payment register is a new report. It's a new format you haven't seen before. So this now automatically includes the checks, EFTs, direct debits, and also breaks down our visas. So we've got a little bit more insight into what we're doing and a lot less work on Krista's part each month. So if there's any questions, let me know. Bear with us if there's any minor issues in the meantime, because it is brand new and generated directly out of the system.
I guess my one concern was, okay, with all these transactions, are we charged by per transaction? Like I look at Finning every day, like there was so many.
Yeah, no, that's one of the disadvantages to how we bill through RMA, is you see every invoice shows up as a different payment, but really we're actually, that entire statement is paid with one check. So, yeah, you're getting way more insight than any other council in the area, I promise.
Change them and just say, holy crap.
Yeah, it does look a little funny that way. You bet.
We don't pay bank charges on any of the accounts.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Counselor fee sheets. Counselor.
There's a couple of, I guess, discrepancies that I see in our fee sheet. So I think it behooves us to kind of get on the same page of what we're charging for emergency management one, for some charged a half day and some charged a full day.
Is that the one that put on the account?
Yeah.
The one that was here?
No.
No, it was one.
Which one? Yeah, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, there was a course that was put on by the town.
I'm talking the course, it's an elected officials, of course.
Yeah, because there was one put on the town too.
So there was some that put in full days, and some were putting in half days. I have no problem with that. I just wonder if we shouldn't be all on the same page. For myself, I put in a full day, but I see that, like Wayne put in for a half day.
You went combining, I think.
Less, and less should never be a half day.
I think I put in
Travel time.
because he ended really early.
And we're done by noon.
It was technically booked for the full day, but he ended really, really quick.
So I don't know if I'm not sure what I put in. If I put in a full day, I think I was in.
And I'd have no problem. I think like I said, it behooves us to get on the same page as a group. Dave put in for a full day, and I think I put in for a full day. Shree put in for a half day, and then I think Larry
Put in for a full day.
put in for a full day. So, and it's a minor issue, but I think as we go forward, it's fairly important that we all get together. So is that something administration can make happen, that we're all on the same half day on that one?
Is that where you wanna go?
I mean, that would be my preference for my pay sheet. If you would change that, I would be.
It started at 9, right? It started at 9 and went till noon, right?
I think so.
Is that what it did, yeah? Think so.
Or was it at 10?
No, we had lunch, didn't we? And then it still went after lunch, but it was done earlier than you thought.
So then that's, if that's council's decision to go with it full day, then I think the ones that have half days should come up to the full day.
By the time you get
Well,
home.
that said he didn't go past lunch, so yeah.
It's hard for us, because we don't know if you're in or you're out.
No, and I'm not blaming administration, I'm just asking if you
By
can
the time
help
that
solve
gets
that
up here and
problem.
back, that's a full day, 3 hours here and
Well, for me, it
traveling.
would have been with travel time, but I was just helping the county budget a little, the half.
But I think we should all get together what we're gonna charge.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the consensus here?
I think it should be bumped up to a full day.
Maybe it's not fair, Mr. Chairman.
Side meeting.
We've got some changes to make on some of them anyway. I've heard from a couple councilors that couldn't make meetings, that we're taking some off. So we can bump up, if you wanna move everybody to a full day, we can just make that change.
I showed going to White Sands meeting on a Saturday, and then it was decided that we were gonna go, and time slips were in it by that point, so it's gonna be revised for next month.
So the consensus is to go up or down?
Yeah, I'm only gonna charge for half day just because I didn't stay for lunch now. Like normally if we go to a meeting and there's lunch provided and we stay for lunch, usually it's, 1 o'clock before we get away, so you've already got your 4 hours in and, but I left at about 4 to 12 that day, so.
So on my behalf, I would like to have mine as a half day as well. Please and thank you.
Like mine left at a half, please.
Chairman, I think I've already spoke to Yvette about it, but I didn't get to my meeting with the Minister of Environment, so. But I think I've already emailed Yvette on that one, so that'll come off.
I talked to that too also in the White Sands, she said that, Councilor Never.
Mr. Clark, on the September 10th interview, you got a half day. I'm just a little confused about that.
Okay, the September 10th, I was in here in the morning, and the interview was with family violence calendar. I was here, they come in to go through for calendar, because we're one of the pages for this calendar. And then I was in, there was supposed to be a Wheatland meeting that morning also, so I'd spent the day in here going through checks and everything, so, yeah. I did have comments in there, but.
My apologies on that one. Those comments got dropped when I transposed these. I couldn't quite read the writing and I thought it said family violence, but I wasn't sure I wanted to put that on the comment, so.
I didn't understand. That's why it's important to have those.
Yeah, I have to take the blame for that.
Past, what we've done is, if there wasn't a report, I mean, and that was an old policy, of course, that we didn't get paid for it, but I mean, it's important that we have those, and I think it's important for our ratepayers, so they know that what we're up to, for sure.
Morning in here for the county business, so.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'll move. Accept as presented.
You forget the wording that's in the policy.
Amended.
This one would be amended.
All in favor? Carried. Councilor committee reports. Does anybody want to speak to any of their councilor needs?
At our fire advisory committee, it was, brought forward the discussion. I know probably some of the councilors here got a phone call about, the search and rescue that went out on, Buffalo Lake that one weekend with the bat storm. And, so our fire department has been looking at cost-effective ways to be able to go and do search and rescue, because they are trained in search and rescue. And so they brought forward the jet ski idea. It was called the SAR, so search and rescue jet ski, and now they've revamped it. And I think it's a fishing one, but it's exactly the same as the SAR. And if you just put on certain kind of lights and you get a toboggan, you can tow 3 people on the, or you can put 3 people on the jet ski plus another one on the toboggan. And if they're really good swimmers, they could hang on there because there's handles all around it, just totally depending on the situation. And so they brought this cost up, and it's something that we can discuss at budget time, and all the municipalities can discuss this too. So it wasn't just for Stettler County, it was for all the municipalities, us in the town, and summer villages, because they would really like to maybe have 2. Sometimes you are rescuing people on the lake and the river. Those are their 2 common ones, is rescuing people on those 2 places. Oh, and they're going to slowly bring in the new helmets. They are a lot more safe for our firefighters, and as the old ones expire and they have to revamp or get new ones in, they will slowly replace them with these newer models that are safer.
Anybody else? Comments? Councillor Stolberg?
Sure, I would like one on the Stettler Public Library, being we have media in the house. A year or 2 ago here, it's been since the Stettler Public Library has made its memberships free to any resident of the county of Stettler or the town of Stettler. So I think it's largely unknown that the memberships are free to town and county residents. So maybe the media would spread the word for us.
Okay. Any other comments on reports, Councillor Needs?
On my Buffalo Lake Management team, I sent in the chart. It was really interesting to see the chart levels and to see how the lake has fluctuated. It's a 20-year chart, and they have shown on there that the lake has fluctuated within only 1 meter of the level. And so it hasn't been as drastic as we might have thought it had been. So it was good to have that chart there to see the lake levels and what years they were. And they started pumping, you guys remember what year I know they quit pumping in 2010. So they only pumped for a couple of years, but it shows on there that even without pumping, the lake level has stayed up pretty high.
Any other comments? Councillor Grover?
Before the Persian carp got into the river, they pump out of. One year they pumped all summer long, and I was on the committee and lost 4 inches. It lost 4 inches and pumped all summer. It's a big lake.
The other thing is Bob Shorten wants to meet with our planners and CAOs of all the municipalities of the BLMT to discuss mooring, storage, berms, and DLOs, license of occupation, and to get their input on what needs to be done there. So I guess he'll be setting up that time.
Anything else?
One more thing, I attended the Alms conference, but we're still putting together our package, so that'll come in either next month or the next month. We're waiting for the accurate information to come on the Alms thing, because some of those people talk so fast that you can't make notes, so we're waiting for it to come on the webpage, and then we'll put that on here.
Councillor Grover? All in favor? Carried. See, we have our 1:30 delegation here. Is there 2 seats there, Beth? Do you want to move up here and we'll do some introductions? Starting with Marlene.
Agenda Stettler. Good morning, afternoon.
Three needs, Erskine, Buffalo Lake.
Terry Clark, Botha Gatsby.
Hay grower, Big Valley.
Wayne Nixon and Elder Red Willow.
By more NDA.
James Nyberger, Erskine South Ward and Counselor.
Mickey Thorstensen, Communications.
Andrew Frischik, Technology.
Speaking of technology.
You bet, Cassidy, see you.
Hi.
Right.
I have some things to hand around, should I?
Introduce yourselves though too, so we,
Absolutely.
yeah, and we've got two people in the back too, so.
Okay.
My name is Rebecca Seidel. I'm the director of our community engagement department, and basically we have a team of people around the province that support attraction and retention of healthcare providers. So that's what we're here today to talk about.
And I'm Colleen Winholm. I'm a rural community consultant, and I work with different committees and communities across kind of northeast central Alberta. Stettler being one of them.
So just, the weather report, there's less snow here than there is west and north, so.
But we've got Terry behind you there, so. Okay, and we've about 15-minute presentation, and questions after.
That sounds great. Okay, so we're here to not talk about the organizational overall, but about our team's work that you're probably most familiar with. So around attraction, retention, support for rural Alberta communities. We've been involved in this work for about 10 years and currently work with over 45 attraction and retention committees that are made up of over 140 communities. So that would be MDs, counties, towns, villages, and so on. We have had a mission, we've been around for about 25 years, and about 3 years ago, on the request of Alberta Health, as well as a number of the communities that we had been working with for years, that we expand our focus out from only a physician-focused support program to that of all health professions. So looking at physicians, nursing, and then all of the allied health, which have numerous other positions that are particularly found in rural Alberta. RPAP's made up of a board of directors that have some significant influence in the province. So we do think that rural gets attention because of the members that we have on the board. We have somebody from the Alberta Medical Association, their rural division. We have a College of Physicians and Surgeons, again, from our historical involvement. But perhaps more importantly, we've got new members over the last few years. Health Quality Council of Alberta sits on our board, and they're quite influential. We have the College and Association of Registered Nurses of Alberta that have recently joined. And we also have the Rural Municipalities of Alberta. So there is a real pipeline from small rural communities to some of the major decision makers in the province. And as a result, RPAP actually does seem to have a fair bit of respect and influence among decision makers as well because of who sits on our board. So what do? We have 4 main areas of focus. The one we'll talk with you most about today is the strategies for attraction and retention of health professionals. We also do provide accommodations to a range of health profession learners during their process of getting their degrees and experiences. We also offer continuing education and support to practitioners in rural Alberta. And we try to serve as a voice for rural Alberta when speaking to government and Alberta Health Services. So in particular, our community development and engagement, we have a team of 7 consultants that are located around rural Alberta, and wherever they're located is situated in the areas that they work with. So they're very familiar with communities and the local context. We basically, the 2 main roles that we play at support to those committees that exist in rural Alberta, and also in helping to coordinate learning events and opportunities that often come as a request from communities in terms of things they want to know about what's happening with attraction and retention, what's happening with healthcare, but also around community building processes. So our resources are really people focused. It's not money. It's about using local resources and building the work from there. We often get asked, so how do you know what works? Well, don't kind of just sit and think, well, maybe we'll try this week. We've actually done studies through the years. And the most recent one was finished last year. We had a researcher go out and talk with rural communities, with health practitioners, with their families, with you as councils, with community members in general, to see what was working in terms of what is it that works to attract people to rural communities to work in healthcare, and what is it that keeps them there. And so we have some really good resources that we share with communities on that. From a community level, it's very much there's three main domains. The professional is really around health, Alberta Health Services, and around the health facilities. But the other two areas, the community and the family, there's huge influence that communities can have on those two areas, and lots of resources that we can share with communities on that. We bring together committees on a regular basis at our provincial conferences, and it's a chance to do networking, learning about new strategies, hearing guest speakers, and listening to health professionals talk about their experiences in working in Alberta in rural communities. Our next one will be in the fall of 2020, and we will be holding it again in rural Alberta, and so we will be putting out a call for proposals over the next few months. And any community interested can submit a proposal, and then we'll determine which community to hold it in. We also hold a series of learning events. We held one this past late spring, early summer. It was a webinar series and well received, and we have a waiting list that would like to participate in a second round. This was around community building and how you engage and mobilize communities to support local initiatives. It also included some regional workshops that were held face-to-face for those members, as well as a larger invitation out to other rural communities to attend. We had one in Northwest Alberta and one in Central South, and hope to repeat that again next year. We have a toolkit, again, that is referenced in our studies, our research studies, that gives some really practical tools and techniques that communities can use, and those resources are available through the consultants that work with each of the communities they're attached to. One of our big focuses is around skill events. We really recognize you don't just start with people after they're graduated looking for work. You got to start with high school kids, get them interested in healthcare, and then interested in coming back to their rural communities, move on to when they're post-secondary students, bringing students out to experience what it is like, practices like within the facilities in those communities. So we hold high school skill days that are organized alongside of the attraction retention committees, and we hold post-secondary skill weekends. And again, great success. Students have made decisions to go into healthcare and to come back to Alberta based on their experiences in events like these. We also have a very comprehensive communications department, and this is where we really try to amplify the rural voice. So we do that through a number of forms. We do videos of a lot of our events, and it's not so much about what RPAP does, but what are you doing as rural communities and showcasing those. We have a Facebook page where we have ongoing examples of programs and projects that we've found around rural Alberta that relate to healthcare. We have a Twitter feed, we have Instagram, we produce quarterly reviews and other electronic newsletters to keep other parts of rural Alberta informed of what are some of the interesting and innovative practices that are happening in rural communities. And our most recent initiative is what we're calling the Rural VIP. It's a voice information panel, and attraction retention committees are signing up to receive strategic questions that we think we may want to get answers to take to the ministry, to Alberta Health Services when decisions are being made around policy. And that then carries forward the voice from rural communities to inform, ideally to inform those policy decisions. So when we look at an A&R committee or an attraction and retention committee, what does the work look like that they do? Committees have changed a lot through the years. Some of them have been in place for over 10 years and have changed according to what's the current things that, lead to success. How do we get involved in supporting more of the healthcare providers than what we have traditionally? And who should we have on our committee as members, things like that. So we have committees that have been in place since 2009. Many of them hold annual appreciation events for healthcare providers. Those can be big events. Other times it's as simple as taking a basket of homemade goodies to the hospital for nurses or to a local pharmacist. And we again and again and again hear the appreciation that people have for those small gestures. And it does make a difference. They say it makes a difference on their decision to stay in a rural community. Attend the conferences on a regular basis to find out what's new and upcoming in healthcare, hosting those skill events that we just spoke to. And then we have an awards process as well in place where communities can make nominations to who would they like to nominate as healthcare heroes, we call. It's about the teams that work in their communities and something that they want to recognize through an award process. Physician awards, and also attraction and retention committee awards to basically recognize and spread the word on good practices in the committee work. This map just gives you a visual picture of how we are located around the province. So each colored area has a consultant attached to them who lives and works there. The two black areas are the big metropolitan centers, which obviously we don't cover. We only work in rural Alberta communities that are 15,000 population-wise and under. So we do really work with small communities. And Colleen is your contact in here. It's the turquoise colored area in the middle that she covers. And as I say, each consultant has a location within each of those colored areas that they live and work from. Colleen, do you have anything you'd like to add in terms of your work here?
Sure. I have just started working with the it's called the recruitment committee here, and probably in about the last year, and it's been it's a great group of folks that are sitting around the table, and they've recognized that there is an opportunity to expand and shift some of the focus of the work to include other health professionals and so forth. So they are definitely in the transition of looking at their terms of reference and seeing what direction that they want to go, and that's where they are at right now. So, which is what brought us to doing these presentations. We thought it would be a good opportunity to let you guys know, I guess, where our PAP has been in the past, but more importantly, where we're going in the future, and the different supports that are available to you guys as you sit around that committee table as well. So,
and maybe just one final comment. We've been partnering or working closely with Alberta Health Services community engagement folks, and they launched a series of rural conversations last year, and some of you may have attended those or been aware of them. And we're partnering with them to do that again this year, and that's an opportunity for local communities to hear from leadership in Alberta Health Services of what's happening in their particular area, as well as plans moving forward. And then we have helped to identify communities and people to invite to those conversations. We also participate actively on all the health advisory councils through the province, so that gives us another line of hearing information from rural communities as in terms of successes and challenges, and can use that information going forward when we have our discussions with the ministry and such as well. So I think if there's a few minutes remaining, we can entertain some questions or clarifications on anything that we just presented very briefly to you.
Questions?
Over here? I got one. So just from, I guess from what we do, we liaison with Stettler Hospital and Stettler District Ambulance. You've got Castor and Coronation in a different area. I mean, maybe
that works to an advantage, but it seems kind of weird because Stettler provides so much service to Castor and Coronation.
All the way across it, actually.
Yeah.
Especially in mental health here, we've got a lot of physicians that they call it the 3 Cs positions. They're based out of the Stettler Hospital, but they work under the.
These borders are always very fluid for us, and because we are not at all involved in service delivery, it's just in supporting those health providers in a local community. We tend to have our borders related to numbers of communities for a consultant and making sure each of them has adequate time with that consultant to work with. We fully recognize. So you look at, you look at the zones in Alberta Health Services, those are different from what the Health Advisory Councils are, and those are different from the PCN boundaries. So we realize that our boundaries are yet another set of them, but we just don't work in service delivery. So the delivery part of it is not what determines our divisions as much as where those health providers are living and working. Yeah.
Thank you.
So how are you guys funded?
Our major funder is actually the ministry itself. They 20-some years ago recognized that rural needed.
So just Alberta Health?
Just Alberta Health. We get a little pockets of money from other sources, project-based kind of work, but our ongoing funder has been Alberta Health.
Okay, and so your retention, talk to me a little bit about what you guys in the retention end, we're in a little bit different position now in the community of Stettler. We're fairly flush with doctors. I think we could always use maybe more, but you talk to the doctors, there's some that think they could have a little more space, as it were. But how do you see us keeping our doctors in play now? What are we going to do our role is kind of changing. So where do you see us going from there? I mean, we put up, what was it, $30,000 every new doctor we got?
22. 22 in the town, 22 up.
Well, I will tell you that we have learned, I mean, that was a very typical practice at one point. We have learned through, especially the last 10 years of working, really deliberately working on community-based work like this, the money is not what does it.
That's interesting. We were told quite differently.
Well,
Here, as soon as you get done.
Yeah. So, fair enough. So what has happened is, money, sometimes there's a competition. We recognize that. But as Alberta Health Services has taken more control over the recruitment part, they're defining what communities and what kinds of practitioners are needed in those communities. So perhaps that competition at that level is a little less than it was 10 years ago. The other thing that's happened, as much as money might bring somebody to a community, we have seen over and over and over again, that's tied to a contract. And when the contract's done, you either have to fork out more money or not. What really makes the difference is integration into the community. So if the community if they become involved in lifestyle factors around their work, they tend to be more satisfied. We hear from new graduates on an ongoing basis now that when they're looking at communities, and this is with the rural residents, they look at the lifestyle first, and then when they decide that's a community that they would like to live in, they look at the practice to see if it's a community they would like to work in. But that's flipped, and that's been in the last 3 years.
That's the recruit themselves. Like that's kind of
recruit them. That's the resident.
Their
go to practice.
I guess their quality of life or their life ideals that they want.
Younger generation wants to balance, right?
So what about and that's fine. But what about our older doctors? We have a number of older senior doctors. We can't afford to have them retire anytime soon. How do we make it easier for them?
Well, I think you have to talk. I mean, that's a discussion with the medical affairs department as well. What is it that if it's a work-related thing? Unfortunately, the community doesn't have a lot of control over that.
I think we do in the sense that we can help.
I think some of these our senior doctors transition without leaving.
So for one thing that we actually help fund is the rural locum program. And that's available to communities, so there's a couple of streams there. One is if you have under 5 physicians, there's ready access to a weekend, at least a weekend a month of locum coverage, no cost to anybody. The other program is for those senior physicians. I get a little offended what they call senior because it's 55, but anyways, anybody over 55.
Practicing that long.
Over 55 have access then in a community that has 14 or under physicians. Those physicians who are 55 or over have access to the locum services program as well. And the idea is
They all know this? This is something they're.
I would hope they do. Yeah.
How do you fact check that?
Well, we don't fact check that because we're not working in service delivery.
No, but you do provide it.
Our program provides it to the Alberta Medical Association who implements it then. So
I'm not just thinking for our community, I'm thinking for all of rural Alberta, that needs to be fact checked, that these doctors know. I mean, we've got great programs, but if nobody knows about them, they're in the back of the yellow pages. Who knows where the yellow pages are?
So the consultants share that out with the committees, our newsletters send it, share it out to a larger community. But most of the practitioners know about the locum service program through the AMA.
And that's too where there's also opportunity now for these committees to really do some work with attraction to the locums that are coming to your community. We're hearing more and more that locums that they often will locum for a good couple years, just kind of checking out the different communities and seeing maybe where they can see themselves, fitting and work, living, playing eventually. So doing some attraction strategies around those locums is actually really important, and especially with your Alberta grads as well. So there's lots of opportunity for committees to get involved with that type of work.
I got my hand up.
Yes.
HS, they told us, I sat on their doctor recruitment for years and years. They told us not to hire anybody. I said, well, we, as a group, we decided we needed 4 doctors. So we went out and got them. It cost us $2,200 or $22,000 a piece, down on us, plus rented them motel or rooms and got them a house and that type of stuff. And I talked to the girl from AHS, and she said that, you can't do that. Well, we went ahead and did it. Now we have the 2 Victoriouses, Marvin and Kim Chapman here, and I don't think anybody traded them for anything. They're wonderful people and they work here. Now, they're not putting up any money. I don't know. I'd love to get them with a box full of candy, like your Colleen says, and whatever. But really, we had Mr. Lombard said at the end of the table, what did he say at the last meeting? If we didn't pay the $2,200 or $22,000, Colleen? He said he wouldn't come.
Oh yeah, no, he said to the committee that.
Come here.
Yeah, which then, in return, you had committee members that asked, will he stay here when his contract is complete?
Would he stay here before? Because he already left Anna in sort of a lurch when he left there. So I just want to put that 2 bits in there. And then you say about locums? I might not be a locum. I come in to see him. I had a problem this spring. And the locum, and you want me to name his name? We're in public here, maybe not. Okay, I won't then. And he comes here all the time, that's all he wants to do. He checked me over and sent me home. I had a massive bleed in my head, and the next night I had a stroke. But I come in here, and guess who was at the thing and sent me on to Red Deer and said, don't even stop there, but you probably have to. It was Mr. Lombard. So.
I mean, money is always an attraction.
No, but this doctor that we got, yeah, he come into the system maybe the wrong way. He should have come to doctor recruitment and we approve it, and then I think that was the only problem we had with Mr. Lombard, but we're very lucky to have him. He's an excellent doctor, and I'm one fan of Mr. Lombard because he saved my life.
Yeah, for sure.
And the other one, not so much. They don't have no buy-in to the thing. Why are they, some of them, yeah, it's great that if they were young, this guy isn't young, he was 55 years old. Some of the young ones, yeah, I can see them coming and checking out your community before they come in and stuff like that before they come here and stay here. But this RPAP, it only gives $3,000 every 3 years, right? One shot thing. Can we have it for a startup, for a slush fund, so that we can take a doctor and give them cookies when they come here to have a look at our place? Or what? Can we?
So that's a different resource that we offer out, is helping to support the work of committees, for sure. But just to come back to the physician incentive programs that communities have done historically, I've had an example of two communities in the last 2 years where a physician left early, even though they paid an incentive to them. They left because they didn't feel part of the community. So again, it's that integrating into the community that makes the difference over the long run. Another physician in northern Alberta, and this was a far northern remote community where we always think it's the hardest to get, that particular individual and their partner toured 3 communities. One community offered them a $50,000 check. The second community just showed them the site where the doctor would work. The third community had done research on the 2 of them before they came in and found out what they liked to do outside of work, showed them those kinds of recreational opportunities, introduced them to people with dogs, because they had 2 dogs instead of kids, basically, and wanted to make sure there was places that they could leave their dogs when they traveled. They chose that community, and when we asked them why, they said, because we're worth more than a paycheck, than a check. We liked the fact the community had recognized who we are as individuals and looked how we could build our interests into our life living in that community. So that's where we went. They're there 6 years later yet. The partner has found a job and they now have a child. They don't plan to leave. So again, that was a case where they chose not to take the money.
We do that. My daughter taught Detroit's kid into how to skate. I've taken Vogel out hunting. You know, how do you put it? Take and do homework on them and find out what they like and do all that already. And it's great that she comes to help too. But it'd be nice if you. I still think that sometimes you have to help people get here and get established, and not just the people from South Africa. We got Kim Chapman, who was born and raised here. She come back here.
Yeah.
She's going to raise her kids here. She's going to be a doctor here forever.
Yeah.
And she's a really top end good girl. We got Mr. Drummond. He's been here for a long period of time, and he gets the job done too. Yeah. So I think we're doing fairly well here. I agree. I really appreciate your help, but I think it's still, whatever you want to call it, beat them or whatever you have to do. But this is a nice place to live. Should want to live here anyhow. And I'll tell them that.
Well, and I think that's the advantage that, like, for example, that you bring to the table, Dave, is those examples of what has worked in the past as far as when it's related to physicians. And now you can bring those examples and that type of work to actually expand to include health professionals. Because one thing that we are hearing across the province, not only from physicians but also from the health professionals, is they work in a team environment now. Long gone are the days of the physician working 24/7 on their own, and they really rely on that team-based environment within their work. And so it is important to ensure that all of those other allied health professionals are in place to work alongside the physician. And so the tools and examples that you say that worked really well to bring those physicians here, and that you guys really are a very a community that has a really good base of physicians, and we hear that all the time. What we also hear is that Stettler is it's a really great teaching community in the health world, and so there's so much opportunity there when all those learners are here to plant the seed, like, hey, would you actually consider working here and coming and living here when you're done your studies? So, so yeah, exactly, Deb, you've hit the nail on the head. You've done some really great work, and I think that those strategies can actually be carried now to move forward with, to include all health professionals, including physicians. So.
I'm not sure we answered your question about transitioning as physicians look to retire. I mean, it is important to look 5 years ahead for, because it takes time to get new people in too. But I do think that locum program is one way to at least ease those on-call weekends for them. And I mean, it means having a discussion with the local community medical director too, who is a direct tie to Alberta Health Services, on what is their succession plan for 5 years down the road. Because they'll have one in place. There's people that have sat down and talked with that local rep from the community to plan ahead for retirement, for those who are retiring over the next few years.
I just see that it seems to be, and this is maybe my observation more than anything, within the system, Alberta Health sees the doctors as full stop or work, not the transition. Like you said, with the early, the new generation, they are very much, it's about quality of life for them, and I get it. I think as we see our early doctors transitioning, I don't think they want to transition out, just full stop. They have practiced for a very long time, they enjoy what they do, or they would not be doing it.
That's right.
But I think we need, or should, you guys, I mean, maybe it's something you could take back with you, is look at that transition plan to say, okay, how can they work 2 days a week, 3 days a week to transition without having a full stop organization, right? So
actually, they can decide that on their own and talk with Alberta Health Services, who will then recruit. The reality is,
they own their own practice, and I totally understand, but I think there has to be some more work done behind it.
Right.
I think you guys have a great opportunity. You talk about physician recruitment and retention. They have a lot to give.
Yeah.
We've had a number of retired doctors come through our community and have given us great service just to finish off their last few years of what they're doing, and I think that makes awesome.
Yeah.
They don't want to work locum, they don't want to work and emerge anywhere, but they would work clinic.
yes.
Right? They have no problem clinical hours from whatever time, and I think that's important, that we need to recognize that. There's an untapped potential there that we, I think, can see some strong benefit from.
Absolutely, yeah.
The fact of the matter, transition time is, as much as we're putting money on the way in, maybe we need to help them on the way out so that we get another full-time doctor.
Yeah.
And that transition can be made much easier because I mean, if I'm gonna give up my job to go to 3 days a week, I still have bills to pay.
That's right.
I still have the full clinic. I can't just leave the clinic sit empty.
Yeah.
I have staff to pay. So these doctors could use some incentive, I think, going that end of it. Or they work till ever and then they full stop quit, which then leaves us in the lurch.
That's right.
And often you'll find that attraction and retention committees will be having those ongoing discussions with physicians in their community, so that they do know kind of what their plans are over the next few years. We do see that quite regularly with A&R committees, so that they can also be prepared to do some of the attraction piece when AHS looks at bringing in new physicians as well. And it's really important for these committees to have that ongoing conversation with AHS. We find that when that isn't there, there's quite often problems. So that's another opportunity for us as RPAP to make sure that we're bridging the gap between the committees and AHS and making sure that everybody's on the same page and having those conversations. So if a committee knows, hey, you know what, we have a physician that's looking at retiring in 3 years, we can put them in touch with AHS and start those conversations so that nobody is surprised by, getting an email saying, I'm done working and you're on your own. That is what we really try hard to do, is making sure that conversations with the right people and the right organizations are happening. So if committees are well in touch with their health professionals and physicians in the communities, those conversations can be happening all the time.
Need to wrap up. We were thinking too that we're gonna go through the terms of reference and stuff that we'd worked on. That's really what I thought was coming to the table today. So it's a good presentation that you did, but we still as council have to talk about the terms of reference from the Stettler Stettler Health Professions Attraction and Retention Committee. So, and we have another delegation supposed to be here at 2 o'clock. So I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you so much for having us.
Appreciate the conversation with you too. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to table that till next meeting?
What?
There's nothing pressing on that, I don't think.
When did they want to have the next meeting, Dave?
We got it on the calendar, it's for this month, 21st or something like that. 2 seconds, I'll bring it up. Okay. Yep, 21st, October 21st.
Yeah, there's a meeting on October 21st, but if we could have even people review it and get comments back. That would suit everybody. The retention piece that's in our minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Marlene, is there a motion in place that people will review the draft terms of reference, which is page 4 of our package, and get comments back so that we can take it to the 21st meeting? As they want to push this forward. So, any questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we have our 2 o'clock delegation, Scenic Sounds, Snowmobiles, and Environmental Reserve. We will start with introductions. Marlene.
First in Buffalo Lake.
Larry Clark, Gatsby Both.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Wayne Nixon, Vanilla Red Willow.
Wes Stulberg, Weimar MDA.
James Tyler, Nursing
South Warden Counselor.
Christensen Communications.
Andrew Fisher, Technology.
Ivan Purdy with Scenic Sands resident.
Alan Murray, Scenic Sands.
Lee Hardwick, Director Services.
Terry Nexley, East Central Area.
Rick Green, Engineering and Public Works.
Okay.
We're here today just to offer support to Andrew in his changes that are being considered for the off-highway vehicles use in the ER. Specifically, our concerns were that snowmobiles are considered as an off-highway vehicle, and as such, right now the bylaw would prohibit snowmobiles from crossing the ER at Scenic Sands to gain access to the lake. Historically, Scenic Sands residents, and there's not a lot of them, but there are a few people that have snowmobiles, and what has been the practice over the years is to go down the 2 trails that are shown on as hatched lines. The one of the lower end is referred to as the Wayland Path. The one further up is the T&T path. The other more solid paths are not typically traversed by the snowmobiles because of the steepness of the paths at those points. So the concern was that we would like to be able to continue the practice of access the lake from those two trails. It, in our opinion, is a more safe way to access the lake, as opposed to following the county roads around and accessing through through the road that is going across the ER anyways to that the fishermen use. The issues are that the snowmobiles can interact with vehicles and just community vehicles and fishing vehicles. And the other aspect about the accessing through the ER is that the snowmobiles pack down the snow, and the community residents find that a much preferable way to walk down to the lake to be able to enjoy the lake in the winter. The snow is packed and it's much easier to walk on. So those are the reasons why we would encourage a change to the bylaw to allow seasonal access on the ER for snowmobiles. And it would be just seasonal access. It would be from the time in the fall that the Public Works Director decides that it's appropriate, that there wouldn't be any damage done to the ER. And so there'd be signs posted at sometime probably between the middle of October and the middle of November, and those signs would come down in springtime. That, if that were allowed, that would then align the use of the ER with the use that's allowed for access for the lake in wintertime by the Buffalo Lake Integrated Shoreline Management Plan. It specifically allows access on the provincial right-of-way lands when the ground is frozen. So in support of this point of view, we conducted a survey of the property owners that in Scenic Sands. As your map legend shows, there were 61 lot owners that expressed that they were in favor of this change, and only 2 that were opposed. So that's the essence of what we would encourage the bylaw change to allow.
Any questions?
So, do we have the petition signatured? I didn't see any.
Yeah, we have copies of everything. We didn't send it all in ahead of time. I was a little concerned about the privacy part. I was talking to Andrew about that. But I do have actually copies and originals of all that.
And I'm not saying that. It'd just be interesting to back up our decision if we do have it, that somebody comes in and says, I didn't do this, and we can say, well, your name is on here.
Yeah, and I can do that. So it's a combination of actually signatures from walking around and then emails. So I can leave that all with you today.
And that was 61 out of the 81?
Yeah, so there's 90 lots out there, but a bunch of people own multiple lots. So what we did is we knocked it down to 81 sort of votable lots. So each owner got 1 vote. And then out of that, 61 said yes. 2 said no. The remainder, there's some people out there that would, I've been there 17 years and I've never seen. Some people just did not vote. We sent this out by Facebook twice and emails twice, and then another email out to the people that didn't respond, just to make sure we got responses from everybody. And all the people that had multiple lots, they actually voted yes. So when you look at that map up there, all those yellow dots include the multiple lot owners. And so we didn't count it for the actual votes, but we actually put it on the map to show the sort of distribution of all the people that agreed with the petition.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, and the two that were opposed, are they directly affected by any chance?
Okay, where would you, we actually took the red dots off of that showed, just so people didn't know that who voted no. One person would be, if you change it, so we have to actually go along Buffalo Drive would be affected. The other person's kind of in the middle along McDonald Drive, and they both just indicated they weren't happy with it. Like, but they're not directly, they didn't comment that they were worried about noise. One guy responded that they couldn't have quads out there, so.
From an enforcement standpoint, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
I don't want a whole bunch of complaints and our officer out there saying, well, here's what the situation is.
It was unusual too that one of the folks that was in opposition is never out at scenic sands in the wintertime. And so it seemed unusual that the person would be opposed to it when it has no effect on them at all.
The only thing is this could affect the environmental reserve. They may be an environmentalist that's concerned about the environmental reserve. I could see their point.
Yeah.
Try to see the 360 view.
Just curious as to how many people would use snowmobiles there in the wintertime. Would it be a daily occurrence or a weekend sort of a thing, or?
There's probably about 10 owners out of the 61 that voted yet that actually have snowmobiles. They may have multiple snowmobiles. Myself, I live in Calgary. I'm probably out there every second weekend. It's like when you used to be a skier where you look for snow. Now we're looking for snow when we come out here. So it'd be mostly on the weekends. Otherwise, there's probably 2 full-time residents out there that I believe that have snowmobiles. So they may use it more, but probably mostly the weekends, that kind of stuff.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope you don't get snow for another month or two.
I hope we're waiting too. Yeah.
Counselor Gender?
So like right now, in order to access to the lake, you'd go down the roads that are there and then take your shortest route over.
Well, the way we do it now is everybody on McDonald Drive, and what we've done historically, we go down those 2 dashed black lines, the Wheeling path and the TNT path. People that have the snowmobiles sort of on the other side, the Buffalo Drive, they would just go up the road and down the boat launch road, which is up to the north there. And that's how they would access the lake.
I find it very troubling, say, like if you go onto the road that with the red dots now, generally they are plowed. Is it a pavement or is it a gravel?
They're gravel. And the problem is, it's not so much, McDonald Drive is okay and a few places isn't bad. It's when you get on Buffalo Drive, just the way the sun hits it, it can either be ice, it can be snow, or it can be gravel. There's a lot of curves to it. I know one of the guys, when I was getting his signature that lives on there, he says he pulls 5 guys out a year that are the fishermen coming off there, where they're coming around the corners and they slide off into that. So it's, it'd be dangerous I think, for snowmobiles to go along that road the whole way, depending on the ice, if you're going from snow to ice to gravel.
Generally, I look at it, okay, for safety wise, the shortest and, well, not the quickest, but the shortest route in order to get somewhere is a better option.
It's a better option. And also, if we do end up having to go this Buffalo Drive route, now you're focusing all these snowmobiles along this one area. So now there's a noise concern for all the residents that actually live along there, as opposed to us who come out of our lots. We're not going quick. We're going down and then usually immediately across onto the lake.
Right, so have you used these dark black paths for snowmobiles yet? Or just
Well, historically, this is what we do. See, my understanding, and probably just a little ignorance on my part, that snowmobiles were not included in the OHAV, so we've been actually just using this. And we were only found out about this when one of our residents complained in the winter times, and then we received that the letter from all the lot owners from you guys showing the OHVs and what's allowed. Otherwise, we've been just going down there. I've been there 17 years now, and we don't get a lot of traffic actually in the ER here, just the way, especially on the inner path, just the way it's set up on either end. You have to come in and go in there. It's not like it's a natural spot that people come in. A lot of traffic though on the beach, right where the government lands. A lot of traffic there, but there's still, I bet you I've counted maybe 10 snowmobiles in the time I've been there on the inside. It's just quiet. That's not a big active area for other people actually coming into the ER there, just because of the way it's, I think just because of the way it's shaped and they don't have the access points.
Councillor Nyberg and
Mr. Chairman, through the administrator, I'd like to hear our take from our peace officer, what his thoughts are on this.
This initially came up probably last year.
Thanks.
Council's deaf.
I've got a cold. It's deaf without it. It's on.
So last year we had a few complaints in relation to off-highway vehicles in scenic sands. And this year we had 2 in the summer surrounding quads. And that's the reason why that letter was sent out to all the residents saying this is what's allowed in that environmental reserve. So we put this basically back to the residents. If you want that access, we did get a lot of, I'm going to say, flack from that letter that we sent out. So we just put it back to the residents. If you want the access, survey every resident and see what comes back, and then we'll bring it back to council. Either way for us, it's whatever decision's in here, we'll follow it.
And through the administration, what's the rules of crossing the ER? Are we going to be breaking any rules or?
So from an MGA standpoint, the ER, your intent is to protect the ER. Our general traffic bylaw has always prohibited all off-highway vehicles with no exceptions. So what we're proposing is the ability for council, the CAO, and the Director of Public Works to be able to designate that it can be signed to allow when conditions permit. So the practice of that moving forward would be that basically Rick would have the ability to evaluate the conditions moving forward and seasonally erect and change signs to prohibit or allow crossing specifically of the ER. We do recognize that there is even the path they're taking or that they propose as the only option if we deny this is technically still crosses the ER for the fishermen. So we should have something in place that gives us the authority to make an exception. And we've crafted it in such a way that we can apply this same change to all of the communities if this passes. So that, again, it'll be mostly at Public Works discretion when conditions permit, and given the topology and other conditions of the path and the route in the ER, when he believes it will be protected from damage, that he would allow snowmobiles, and if conditions change to risk the ER, that he would prohibit them at that point. And our enforcement guys would be able to enforce based on the signs being.
Just one more question, so that I understand it. The idea is just to cross the ER, not to travel the ER. So I'm seeing this black line that goes from north to south on there. You're not proposing to use that as a travel point?
Well, actually, we would like to, just for the fact, like when you're on the lake in the wintertime, when you go off that lake, it's freezing cold. So most of the residents, what they do is they walk along that what we call the inner path. And if it's not packed down, it's really not usable for most people to walk on. So a lot of the residents who commented back on this, who didn't have snowmobiles, said they'd like this because they had the ability to actually go down there, access the actual beach, just because we can pack trails down. So our wish would be for us to use it, just so we can actually have a 365 years enjoy that actually ER. Again, like I mentioned before, we don't get a lot of traffic down there. I probably go down there maybe twice a year. If the snow conditions get back, I run up, I go back down, and then I go up, but I don't usually run up that, just the snowmobile. I usually just go straight across the lake. So that's the only reason we would like that part to go forward, is just because a lot of the residents' comments were they actually enjoy that. And they can actually get out and actually use the ER in the wintertime.
You answered my question, but I was just wondering how many access points were you looking to get across the ER to the lake with this exemption?
So right now you got the 2 dash lines. Historically, that's where we've been going. The one in the middle there, which is the Buffalo Jump path, is like it sounds. It's the old Buffalo Jump. You wouldn't go down there with a snowmobile unless you didn't know it was there. The other path, you can see up to the right there, that's the new one where we actually extended it from Buffalo Drive, just built this last year. And then that one may be used, But historically, that one has not been used, because anybody coming that way probably would just go to the end anyway. But that one could be used for some of the residents, but really it's just those two dash ones on the McDonald Drive people, because they have the longest distance to go.
So my only comment or concern, I guess, with this, the access points make sense to me. I totally get that, get onto the lake and go have your fun. I totally, and then I've skidooed that lake for snowmobile, I guess, I'm still old school. I do own skidoo though. And I get the idea of access points. I have no problem with that. I do, however, have a little bit of concern of driving up and down ER. I get where you're coming from. I equate that to having a snowpacking machine on a ski hill going up and down the ER, and I'm not so sure we would allow that to happen. And for the only simple reason, if I treat you different than I treat anybody else, what am I going to tell the other residents of the lake? We've been told over and over and over and over and over again, 1 million times, the environmental protection of the lake is the most important issue that everybody out there has. Second to that is enjoyment and free enjoyment. So we put the environment first. I'm not so sure this makes sense to me. But that's my thought on that. Access across, you're just going across, I get it. I know when I drive my machine over one spot multiple times, when spring comes around, the grass is pretty brown.
Councilor Grover?
That was mine too. If they're gonna go up and down the ER, I'd vote against this.
Across should be.
Across is fine. Out to the lake, away you go. Can't be that, it isn't that far. You can run back and forth up and down the edge of the lake and not go down to the block. But if you come back out on the ER,
Just a question, gentlemen, what is that path? Is that a gravel path or is it just a path across the ER?
The inner path is just the natural path that's been worn down over the years, and which are maintained by the county in the summertime.
Yeah, you might get a little pushback from the environment over that to inhibit the mice, their ability to cross. So
That inner path has probably been there 60 years. You can see on their photos, so it's not like it's, I think probably it was a road way back when, so it's pretty hard packed and that kind of stuff. But you're right, there are some areas where it's a little sandier.
Councilor Gender?
Kind of wondering, like, if you went over onto the shore and bed, say like between the next two lines, to be able to drive your snowmobile pack and line up there for the people to walk, would that be any consideration then?
Sorry, on the beach side?
Yeah.
Well, right now, actually, there's no problem on the beach side, because there's lots of guys that run around the lake, and that's all packed. It's really just the access points out where there's a problem. But yeah, no, it's all packed on the beach. There's lots of snowmobilers from all over the place.
So they could walk further up and then have easy access to that part of it.
Yeah, that's why they would have to access it, because when the wind blows off the lake, snow piles into front of the bush. So there's probably 4 feet of snow. So they could access the beach. It was really just it's really the nasty winter conditions where it's pretty calm on the inside where you can actually do stuff on the lake side with the wind blowing. It's little stuff, but we understand the environmental part of it. Our main concern was the access to the lake. This was just comments made by a lot of the residents, how things have handled, they enjoyed it, and they thought it was useful.
I'm sure our peace officer's not gonna be there 24/7, and I'm sure that as much as we try, it's been going up and down there for a long time.
Where is the red cart trail? I know you showed it to me one time. It's through Scenic Sands too, isn't it? The red cart trail?
I'm not familiar with that. Is that the Métis?
Or the Métis Trail, yeah.
The only part that we're really aware of is up in the northeast corner of this sketch. It's up in that area. It's just behind where the garbage cans are. And it extends into Abbey Road, and it appears to extend to about the first lot. And then it's no longer apparent where it is.
Just because our committees have been talking sort of about making a path, you know, all the way from Scenic Sands all the way over to White Sands kind of thing.
Right.
And making it accessible to everybody. And one mention was that trail too, but the one along the beach that you showed, the black path, how far does that one go? Just up to Abbey Road?
That one goes, right now, it goes, it basically stops at what we call the old boat launch road, the red one at the top where the winter ice fishing starts. It actually doesn't stop at the bottom. It really, right on this map, it's shown as it stops at Scenic Sands, but that just is because that's all the part that's on the Scenic Sands. The path actually is cleared and is the same quality of a path all the way to McDonald's campground.
So ideally, you would like the black dotted path and the black solid paths, right? For your snowmobile access?
Yes,
ideally. More of them?
But the Buffalo Jump one, there's no use even putting that there.
Right, it was just.
It's not gonna be utilized.
So really 3 access.
Two for sure, and maybe three.
The third one would be that new one up to the north that just been built.
Councilor Nixon?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we direct administration to draft a policy to allow the residents of Scenic Sands to use the 2 access roads they've indicated on the map, and during the winter conditions.
So, Mr. Chairman, what about the red dot line? Are we gonna continue to allow them to use that, and which of the ones are you going to allow?
The 2 paths, the 2 ones that they've indicated would be their preference, and that would be the ones that on the dashed lines, I assume.
Black dashed lines, the Wheeling path and the TNT path.
But the north solid one is one you're already using too, right?
No, the north solid one we haven't used, that it was just built last winter. That's one that could be used to access from the road and go right to the beach.
Okay, so.
It's a little steeper, it's a little narrower.
It has never been used yet.
Oh, okay, okay. So just the 2 dotted lines on that map.
Just to speak to the specifics of the motion, we do have it as we need it as a bylaw amendment, which we are presenting as part of the general traffic bylaw later in your agenda today.
Okay, I will make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think we need a motion then, Mr.
Yeah, we've got a couple other parts of that general traffic bylaw to discuss when we get there. So if we could maybe hold on for.
I guess, yeah. I'll propose an amendment to the general traffic bylaw. I guess that would be the way to do it.
But, Mr. Chairman, I guess I do have that. Mr. Nixon might be right to do this, because if it fails here at this point, the general traffic bylaw is an all or nothing commitment. That's the problem with it. I think what Mr. Nixon is doing is actually probably the better of the 2 ways of doing this. Pass it here or fail it here. If it passes here, then we know we should bring it to the general traffic bylaw. The problem I have is that if we go to the general traffic bylaw, we may want other things to pass, and then this goes in along with it, so.
We are only asking for 1 reading of the general traffic bylaw this month.
And I would like to differentiate, and that would be my preference, then we would know, because I don't wanna fail it. I don't wanna fail the general traffic bylaw because of this, or pass it because of this.
If we have that motion, then
The motion would be to propose an amendment to the general traffic bylaw. To allow, yes, the residents of White Sands to use the 2 paths indicated.
Scenic Sands.
What did I say? Sorry.
There's a lot of sands up there, Wayne. Don't worry about it.
Sorry for swearing at you guys. When winter weather allows.
as posted by our director.
As posted, yes, that would be as posted by the.
You got that, Marlene? Been lots of discussion. All in favor? Carried. So we'll take it to we have our next delegation here right now.
Yeah, I think we should move to our next delegation and then we can circle back to the bylaw. We've got lots to discuss there.
Thank you. Keith, you were with the Red Deer River Users Group, okay? If you want to grab these two seats up here. Okay, we will do introductions.
Ernie Gender, Stettler, good afternoon.
Reeves, Erskine Buffalo Lake.
Larry Clark, Gatsby Botha.
Dave Grover, Big Valley.
Wayne Nixon, Denelda Red Willow.
Hi, Bill and Keith, Westover, by Morandang.
Keith Thorstensen, Communications.
Riverside Technology.
Is it Cassidy Sia?
We just need to continue on to.
All right, Keith Ryder, Executive Director of Red Deer River Municipal Users Group.
And Bill Shaw, I'm a planning advisor to the group.
Lee Hartman, Protective Services.
Claire Sweet, Central Alberta Reserve.
Rick Green, Engineering and Public Works.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Reeve Clark, councillors, CEO Cassidy. Thank you very much for the invitation for the Red Deer River Users Group to attend your meeting today. And basically what we'd like to do is just give a really quick overview and an update for councillors. Several your councillors, including Councillor Stolberg, Councillor Grover, and some of the other ones are familiar with what we've been working on, but I'll just do a really quick overview and then discuss a little bit of the item that brought us together today was our charter that we had sent out and you discussed at your July 10th meeting. And then Bill is going to just bring you up to date on the latest report that we've been working on dealing with integrating source water protection and watershed conservation into municipal planning, and we have copies of the reports to leave with your council. So thank you very much again. So the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. Thank you. Is who we are, and back in the early 2000s, 2003, 2004, spearheaded by the town of Drumheller, the town of Stettler at that time, the county of Stettler, some of the other municipalities were a little bit concerned with the formation of the Watershed Alliance. There really wasn't an avenue to bring the municipal perspective on water-related issues to the forefront. So we started meeting as far back as 2003, 2004. In 2005, the group formally formed the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. And there's some of the things that were going on at that time was the inter-basin transfer of water that was proposed from the Red Deer River water basin into the Bow Valley water basin to support the water needs of Cross Iron Mills. At that time, it was really felt that there was a political decision rather than an actual needs of water. And the Mugs Group took a very proactive and aggressive view to that in meeting with the province. That time, Deputy Premier McClellan was involved. And I think we had an instrument, certainly a part in playing of them reopening that and making alternate arrangements for the water. At the same time, Special Areas had a very large application for a diversion from the Red Deer River to support their needs. And with the other groups, it was felt that we needed to revisit that with the government of the day and work to make sure that the Red Deer River basin was identified as a separate basin and not a sub-basin of the South Saskatchewan River. Who we are is a group that we work very closely with all water-related agencies, including the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance. The big difference with us and the Watershed Alliance is the MUGS group is strictly focused on the municipal perspective of water needs within the basin. The Watershed Alliance is a very diverse group. Anyone can belong to that, and they have to represent all of the different factors and groups within the Red Deer River Basin. We work very closely with the Watershed Alliance in that they are the official spokesman. They've been appointed as the official spokesman to Alberta Environment on water-related issues. We've worked very hard with the Watershed Alliance in providing the municipal aspect and perspective into their integrated watershed management plan. Through Bill's work and our work, we had a great deal to do with the writing of the integrated watershed management plan under the municipal perspective. We're composed of municipalities that are within the Red Deer River Basin, or who directly receive their water needs from the river, or through regional pipeline services, such as we have the Sherton-McClellan, the North Red Deer, the Mountain View Regional Service. There are several communities that depend on the Red Deer River that are part of our group. Currently, we have 34 members with a population base of right around 300,000 people. We're entirely self-funded through municipal contributions, and it's been 25 cents per capita since we started. I'm just going to skip this one and come back. Our main purposes are to provide a comprehensive information base for the members. We are a forum for municipalities to discuss their water supply use and water quality. We serve as an advocate of municipal interests in the supply, use, and delivery and quality of water. The agencies that we work closely with, we have a very good working relationship with Alberta Environment and Parks, mainly through their central office in Red Deer. This has changed a little bit in their restructuring in the last little while, in that they've moved some of their key people from the Red Deer office to Edmonton. So we don't have the straight line information and sharing of information that we do, but we still have access. They're very good in providing access and resources to our group. And a key interest in water is the demand on water from the Red Deer River continues to grow. Municipalities and communities within the river, their population is growing significantly. The need for water to support economic development is growing significantly. Probably about, I guess it's already been 10 years, we produced a water assurance study that compiled population growth statistics, and 10 technical memorandums out of that study came forth identifying the needs of water for municipalities up to, we did a 50-year range on that. So that, I think that you have access to that report through your office. The municipal roles, the RMA and AUMA have identified 6 key water roles within the watershed management, and they're listed as wetland management to point and non-point source pollution. MUGS has done a fair amount of work on source water protection and point source pollution. We've provided some in-depth reports on that. Land use planning is something new, and that's something that we're going to leave you with today on the importance of incorporating land use planning with an eye on source water protection and conservation. Some time. Current key activities is the quantity of water. As I mentioned, we did a very extensive water assurance study a few years ago. Now we've been working on the quality of water. An action plan was initiated in 2015. We saw the completion of the source water primer, which is you have access to on our website, and protecting source water quality within the Red Deer River watershed. And last year, as Councillor Grover was involved in those, we held 3 fairly extensive workshops in Olds, Hannah, and Lacombe, and covered off most of the municipalities and communities that depend on the Red Deer River for their water needs. Next is the Charter for Protection of Source Water, and this was an item that I apologize for, we didn't put it together to cause concern, or it was something that we had picked up from the Old Man River watershed that they had been very successful with. We presented it at the workshops and didn't get a lot of feedback on it until it got to some of the administration, and they took a look at it. And if we would have looked up the definition of what a charter was and the implications of a charter, we would have labeled it as a proclamation or as a declaration, that type of a document, so that there was never any intent to incur any additional budget or staff cost. It was really the thoughts behind it, and the thoughts that were supported at the workshops by the different municipalities, were that it would provide each community and each municipality with a lens to look at what they're already doing in water conservation and water quality, the importance of water quality, source water protection. It would provide that lens to, if there was new ideas and suggestions, to come forward on what could be done for future water protection. And then the idea to provide an educational link, and also a photo opportunity to educate our ratepayers in showing what was being done in water-related issues. So we can come back to that in a minute. And most recently, what we've worked on from the Source Water Quality Protection Report, members were individually rated their priorities, and the 2 top ones were integrated source water protection and watershed conservation into municipal planning, and to encourage municipalities to integrate source water protection and watershed conservation as part of the DNA of their municipal statutory plans. And MUG's members requested a report on how statutory plans could embrace source water protection, and that's what Bill has been working on this, and we'll leave a copy of this, and Bill will give you a very quick overview of that. Second, so just some quick facts on the Red Deer River, sort of Red Deer River 101. We're part of the South Saskatchewan Red Deer River Basin. It's made up of the Old Man, the Bow, the South Saskatchewan, and the Red Deer Rivers. The Red Deer River in area is the largest of all the basins, but it also has the smallest in flow volume, and it's the only system that is allowed to issue new allocation licenses. And this is something that MUGS takes very, very seriously, and we watch it very closely on any, especially any of the large license applications. The total allocations figures show that approximately 60% of the Red Deer River allowable allocations have been committed, and it's leaving forth. And something happened to that slide. Currently capped at 550,000 decameters. Decameters, 1,000 cubic meters of water, so it's a lot of water. And the current allocations are roughly 330,000 decameters, so roughly 60% has been allocated. Now, out of that 330 that has been allocated, that includes things such as the special areas application, which is at this point right around 30,000 decameters. It also shows that that's the amount that's licensed. There's no municipality or community within the Red Deer River Basin that is using anywhere near their what's licensed in that figure. Municipal usage is approximately 12% of that. Just some of the allocations, these are a little bit outdated. The city of Red Deer's just over 21,000 decameters. Other municipal use is 14,000. Nova Chemicals, the Joffrey plant, is just under 25,000. Buffalo Lake Stabilization, which is operating now, is licensed for 22,000. Sheerness is 21,000, almost the same as City of Red Deer. And the proposed special area project is 33,000. The only water storage we have on the Red Deer River is the Dixon Dam, which was completed in 1983, which, as we sit today, is full to capacity. And its main purpose is to provide supplement the winter low flow and to keep up the ecosystem's stability in winter time, and to provide a more reliable water supply for downstream users. The minimum flow is regulated to 16 cubic meters per second. This is the amount that they've decided to best keep up the ecosystems for the river. And it does provide a small level of flood mitigation. 2013, it provided a significant amount of flood mitigation in being able to hold water back while some of the tributaries emptied into the Red Deer River Basin. Some erosion protection, and it does have a recreation component to it, and a very small generation plant at the dam site. Just before we turn it over to Bill, and basically Mugs has been a long time group with vested interest, passion for bringing the municipal perspective, and I can say that perspective is proactively brought to the different governing bodies through the province, through the Watershed Alliance, and with always the look of to provide for the population and economic growth of our communities within the Red Deer River Basin. And the County of Stettler has been on board since the beginning, and we certainly thank the county for the input of the councillors and the financial support that you've shown to Mugs over the years. So that to be my part for now, and certainly if we've got time for questions.
But our next delegation is supposed to be here.
Just a quick question about the, why is it the only one of the 4 basins still giving out license? The other 3 are completely 100?
They're over capacitated in licensing, Councilor Neighbor. And one of the big things that we have to watch, just as a sidebar to that, is there is a percentage of apportionment from the Red Deer River, or from the South Saskatchewan River Basin that must flow into Saskatchewan. And what we have to watch is that it's very easy for the other river basins in South Saskatchewan, the Bow and the Old Man, since they're at their capacity, for the management of the South Saskatchewan Basin to use the Red Deer River water to meet that apportionment of it's fine when the water is there, but we also have to be protective of what's going to happen in drought situations and in low water times. Because there's a water objective that has to be met to keep the health of the river.
No, that's good, thank you.
Should have just got another delegation real quickly. Certainly, the County of Stettler's been on base with the Mugs since the beginning. And actually, Mugs is the envy of many watershed alliances throughout the province. Like, this is the only one in the province that's like this, where municipalities get together to work on municipal interests to make sure you've got water and you've got good water. And the last things they've done over the last 3 years, as Keith introduced, was to address water quality and source water protection. So we came out with a number of reports with regards to that, municipal report and some of the key things you can do, and then basically a sort of a draft section to a municipal development plan. These are the type of policies that you can include in your municipal development plan to address the water protection and source water quality protection. Every land use, every human activity impacts water. So it's important that water is addressed in the municipal development plans. And certainly Mugs recognizes that municipalities are doing things to protect source water and to protect water quality, but they've also come up with saying you can always do more. because water is absolutely critical. Water is absolutely critical, so. I'll just leave it at that, and these reports are available to you. They will be revised a little bit over the next few months because they were rushed to get to the MUGS meeting, so they need a little bit of revisions, but we'll be doing that before year's end.
I have a question on my Buffalo Lake Management Team meeting. We frequently discuss the invasion of the Russian carp in the Red Deer River. Do you guys have lots of discussions about that and how it's affecting the water quality and the other fish species?
It is a big concern. Some of the communities, town of Olis has had a terrible time getting rid of them out of one of their retention ponds. They've done absolutely everything to try and get rid of it. It's a very serious problem, not just with carp, but there's several different invasive species that the zebra mussels and that are very concerning. And we've worked, we have put some briefings together and worked with the people from Alberta Environment, and they have some separate groups that are working and task force working on that as well. But yes, it is a definite concern, and we've discussed it at all our members are very cognizant of the dangers of it.
Yeah, because we've shut down the pump pass for the next 5 years because we've had concern
Russian carp in through the whole system up through to Buffalo Lake.
Yeah, and they're showing up with where people have absolutely no explanation of how they. Other questions? Thanks. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again. Thank you very much.
So you're basically looking for that support instead of a charter, more of a profit.
It is, yeah, we never intended it to, they said, and, you know, when this came up, we had, it's come through, and there was 35 elected officials sitting around the table, and until it got back to your administrators, and you started to check it out for us. But it was something that was very successful in another jurisdiction, but if we would have, taken into account just that as a declaration of council or a Reeves proclamation, it would have been more powerful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Your 3 o'clock delegation is here.
3 o'clock delegation is not here or is here?
Is here.
Is here, okay.
He asked me to bring samples and I said, please don't.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my work clothes on.
He was signing.
Oh, I see. Okay. Might be chatting. Still chatting.
Hire the Alberta Real Estate
Lee, are you ready for tonight? Always. You saw my additions.
Where are their ass?
People that Lacomb's bringing their CPO.
All 8 remaining members of the Real Estate Council.
It's
And I'm going to forget.
You can run an administrative for $1,750.
After I got the response back from. It's unable to, they have another 5 weeks.
And Wednesday.
Where the hell they were? But they didn't say nothing.
Out here.
Sitting at the front counter? Did we need to come for a break, or did our just
Should we pause the video?
man on the land and he just abdicated?
There's a lot of chat.
We have our 3 o'clock delegation here, Mr. Anderson, and talk about the stop work order, I believe. Yeah. So, do you want to, go back to you?
Karen, do you want to present, where we're at? And then,
What page are we on, Mr. Chairman?
the
Stop work order, it would be under
17?
Page 17?
additions, thank you. I was looking for it, I couldn't.
Page 17 of the addition pack.
Thank you, Andrew.
Additions.
Okay, turn over to Karen.
All right, thank you. So as you guys know, we have issued a stop order on the operation on the northeast of 33919, pending a development permit issuance for the removal of the product that is currently being stored there, both the processed product and the yet to be processed CKD. The issue that we're facing is that we need to, Mr. Anderson has indicated that we're in a time-sensitive situation in which the product is to be used in an agricultural application, and it must be completed in the 2019 harvest season, and we are closing in on the end of that. So based on that information, what I'm looking for today is some direction as to whether we should convene a special municipal planning commission meeting so we can address the stop order through a development permit. It would still be a discretionary use, and there's time delay on that as part of the appeal process. And the second part is that Mr. Anderson has expressed some reluctances to signing a road use agreement for the transport of the product. However, he has indicated that he is open to that, but has still some concerns over the $50,000 security deposit. So I'm looking for direction as to whether we may reduce that security deposit in any way.
Okay, well, I guess with this, Dale, we, from council, do we convene a special municipal plan MPC meeting to carry this forward? I don't know what, there was conditions that had to be met, and that was the concerns, that's why it was shut down. So the options to control that or to bring in the safety considerations after our last meeting, what is proposed in order to do that in a safe and to the, not only to the workers on site, but to the residents around that site.
Well, rain has made that stopped all the dust, right? Second thing is that the MSDS sheets that you guys have is calcium oxide MSDS. That has got 0% moisture. It's a pure dust, highly reactive. The product that I have is called a hydrated lime, which carries about 25% moisture. So the reason we were screening it is because it was too wet to crush. It just comes up the impact crusher. As far as dust, I mean, you've seen it coming off the piles. That pile is not dusty. So the MSDS sheet that you had is wrong. The hydrated lime sheet that Lafarge has, even though they don't have an MSDS on that stockpile lime, Lafarge does have a hydrated lime MSDS. It's not as carcinogenic, but the problem is it still contains silica. So it does still carry silica. So when you go back to the protocol of handling silica products, no different than a gravel crushing operation, as long as you have dust suppression system in place, you can crush gravel, right? Because it's sand is silica. If you've got a wet sand or a gravel pit, you have no problems, right? This stuff is not dusty. I can load trucks out there today and you won't see any dust come off of it.
So it's not a hazard to, work people there, cause it's not blowing dust in your face or nothing. We spread this stuff all the time. It's not a dust problem.
One of the concerns, like the whole reason this came about is we had residents complaining of the dusting though. So that is a concern that once it goes off the site, it is a definite concern to the nearby residents.
My point is, how easy is it to complain to kick me off the site? I guarantee she didn't have any dust coming over her place.
Well, that was what the complaints were. Did you go there, Lee?
So there was some dust blowing on the road because we'd ran back and forth with the loader. That dust was moving. Could have taken water tank and watered it down, and that's similar to what they do at Exshaw at the barge plant. They water the roads every day. That's what they use for dust suppression.
Do we need him to walk through, Councilor Nixon?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, through to Dale. Is your intention to clean this site up and move it to someplace else, eh?
I just gotta get it out of there.
Yeah.
I just,
No,
I'm not gonna fight anymore with ag.
That's my question. And of course, you realize that, a lot of the things that happen in the county are on a complaint basis because we don't have enough people to go around and look at everything. So when we get a complaint, we do have to do something.
I do understand.
Don't take it personally.
No. I understand that. I'm learning more about how council works all the time. So I see the problem. I'm just trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to get it out of your hair, out in the fields. I'll take and process it someplace else.
I think that's in our best interest too, is to, because it probably doesn't work in a populated area. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, just something where there's, a few people that.
It depends what the population is, who's in the.
So if we took it to some place, like the colony has a piece of ground up here on 601 that's by Bill Lyles. It's 5 quarters. The closest place is a mile and a quarter away. There's no acreages up there. It's right off of 601.
It's been there before. And it's been on the Hutter right now up there before.
Well, they spread 5 quarters. Yeah.
But I'm saying they dumped it there and then they picked it up, spread it on that land already.
That's right.
Dale, what you have there, the non-processed product, how many days is it gonna take you to crush it?
Well, I would have been done in a day and a half.
How long is it gonna take you now to do it?
Well, if I
Take your crusher in to get it done and be gone?
Well, the problem I have is we had a narrow window. The company that I was renting my crushers from sold out at the last Reach Brothers auction. Terra Firma. They sold all their impact crushers, so I can't rent one anymore. I can get a screen deck, but they just sold it. So now I'm hooped. So that crush pile is I'll just take it someplace and deal with it there, or else I'll get a rototiller in. That's the other option that we're looking at using. The same thing as what they use for road cement. So the rototiller comes in and works it, and then there's water jets above it that spray water into it. Absolutely no dust comes out.
So how many days would it take you to work through that?
Probably, well, I could do that pile in probably 3 days.
Okay, so you got 3 days. How long would it take you to haul it out of there, the finished product?
The finished product is probably gonna take me 2 weeks.
How many trucks? Roughly, I won't hold you to it.
About 100.
100 trucks over 2 weeks. That's a whack of trucks. Are you talking D-trains, or are you talking, what are you talking?
Quad wagon.
So, gravel trucks with quad wagons behind them, or?
Yeah, and then there's some just straight tridents and that kind of stuff. We're in the crunch scenario because one, we didn't get a crop off in time. Guys are getting it off now. They need soil samples, so we're in there doing that. We need to make the recommendation. We need to get the product to them, and we need to get it spread before snow flies. Because once it snows, I'm done.
I guess part of this is, this whole thing is stemmed up too, is we've went from what we understood it was, now you're calling it hydrated lime.
Always been hydrated lime.
But we've had issues raised with, we're just at a RMA meeting out in Bighorn County, and people that were there familiar with it said that there isn't hydrated lime in that pile. So we needed an analyzation, Dale, or to have Lafarge tell us.
Who said it wasn't hydrated?
A member that's out in that area.
Okay, what's his?
From the Bighorn County.
Bighorn County that lives right beside Exshaw, I guess.
He was right beside that county.
Can you explain what hydrated lime is?
Well, we you know, this is the thing that's coming for us, like Lafarge won't give us an SDS.
No, they won't give me one either. Okay, so the lime process is that they take calcium carbonate, CaCO3, out of that mountain. They grind it with a ball mill into a powder. They run it through a kiln. That kiln's running at about 1400 degrees Celsius. When it goes through that kiln, it's tumbled, and one of the oxygens leaves, so it turns out to be a calcium oxide, CaO2, calcium oxide. That's what cement is. It's a calcium oxide. Highly reactive. If you put a teaspoon of that in a pitcher of water, it would change from 4 degrees to 16 degrees in 30 seconds. That's what you have the MSDS on. So to stabilize it, what they do is it's called slaking. You slake it with water. The water starts an endothermic reaction. The endothermic reaction heats that up, and it brings back in an H, hydrogen. So you end up with CaH2O, calcium hydroxide. Now that's slaked lime. So whoever told you that that wasn't hydrated, don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Why won't Lafarge tell us that?
Well, they would tell you how it got hauled up there.
Yeah, but they won't call it that.
Well, they have to, because that's what happened to it. And they're out there with that big water truck watering that pile down constantly. So it's hydrated lime when it comes out of that kiln. They had 2 cement trucks sitting there. They ran 24/7, and they dumped that calcium oxide into these cement trucks with water, ran it up on top of this big spill pile, and poured it just like a cement pour. So whenever you mix water with calcium oxide, it's slaking it into hydrated lime. It's simple.
The reason it wasn't used for cement is it had high 4% potassium.
Between 1.5% and 4% potassium KOH. KOH, any potassium in a cement mix, it all falls apart. So every cement plant out there has a CKD product that they have troubles trying to get rid of. We're dealing with some up here at Inland right now. Lehigh's got 6,000 ton, we're processing it right now. Every cement plant in the world has got a CKD. It's just been the last 5 to 10 years that we've been able to introduce it back in somehow and make it work.
How, like when residents, if you were to start work again, how do we ensure residents that their concerns have been met and that, their safety is not being jeopardized when they can pull an SDS sheet and see what it says on the SDS sheet, which does look fairly severe until, you also have to look at the how long of a time period there's exposures. But I mean, when you look at that SDS, it does show it can cause cancer, it can cause eye irritation, it can cause skin irritation, either case. But how do, we've got 6 acreages around that? 7?
So what you've got is you've got a hydrated lime, like we pulled the MSDS sheet up out of Lafarge, we pulled it up out of Greymont. Each one of them said it was they all cause irritation, skin irritations. They can cause all kinds of different problems, carcinogenic and stuff. It's nothing like what the calcium oxide is. Calcium oxide is pure dry dust that's blowing, and that's what everybody classifies CKD as, but it's not. So this stuff is damp. It does not blow. I mean, we can go out to the pile today. I can show you. You can grab a scoop shovel, throw it in the air, and there's no dust.
Councilor Nyberg?
Dale, are you getting this from Lafarge or Greymont?
I'm getting it from the Forge.
So you're familiar with a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Moser?
He's the plant manager at Exxon.
And that's where you're getting this from? Okay, now, I understand that he's been in contact with our planning department, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, how do you mean indirectly? So
I did speak with a representative from Lafarge. So let me find his name for you. I'm sorry. Kevin Kiselowski from Lafarge, who is the new product application specialist. He did indicate that he had very few safety concerns with this product. The Jonathan Moser that you're speaking of, through the councillor of MD, Bighorn, is how we've communicated.
So you 2 weeks and you're done, you got this stuff gone out of here?
Yes and no. One, we gotta get some crop off. Two, we gotta have some other cooperation. We need places to haul this to, and right now, I've only got 2 locations I can go to.
So where's the second location, the 601?
Oh, you mean, but I mean the farmers, the finished product to go out?
I'm just talking about, like, we're on a kind of a stall then, where we seem to be chasing our tails here. We need to have this stuff removed from this property, period.
So
if you want to bring back to us and have a operation set up at that location at some point in the future, you're going to have to show how you can mitigate any of the, and I'm not worried about the product as much as I am about the product moving from point A to point B. We have strong indication that it does move. There's something moving there. Unfortunately, whether it comes from the road or wherever the hell it comes from, I don't really care. It's there. What I'm having concern with is we have an issue right now to deal with. We're trying to help you out by saying, okay, we can give you something for 2 weeks, get this stuff moved. Will you tarp those trucks?
Well, the trucks are all tarped. We can't go down the road without a tarp.
Okay, so they're trucked, all the tarp trucks. We're gonna move this out 2 weeks.
What about if we wet it down?
Yeah, like if the road that's going in there, I can wet that down.
Yes, and that's gonna be a stipulation. We have to mitigate movement of this product from your property onto somebody else's property. If we can sit here and show that we are doing due diligence to mitigate the dust movement, watering the road down, watering the product, I'm not concerned about the ground product that you've already hydrated. That stuff to me seems like it goes on fairly dust free. It's not an issue. The stuff that is still, I don't know what you'd call it, not ground, the raw product, the raw material, there seems to be a little bit of dust issue somewhere along the line, and I'm not sure where it's coming from, but there's a dust issue with this.
Well, it's sat out in the weather for damn near years.
Okay, so we got to move that product somewhere. Now, if we give you right now a 2-week permit to get this stuff moved with a watering of the tarping of the trucks, watering of the roadway, and the raw material being somehow mitigated, we're probably still going to get grief. We're probably going to get complaints, but we will deal with the complaints and try our best to deal with them. Then moving forward, is 2 weeks going to be enough for you to be done this site?
I'd say no.
Okay, so what do you need?
I probably need 4. Reason being is that, one, there's no local trucks that I want hauling this stuff. The gravel haulers, and they're just not coping with what's going on. The truckers that I do have, I gotta pull from Calgary, so when they come up here, they hour out. They either gotta go home or they sit around a 32-hour rest period. So my time frame of getting trucks here and moving this thing in a blitz in 2 weeks is very tight. The other place is, I've got to have someplace to haul it to and drop it, and the fields still have crops on it.
Well, I'm not as worried about the ground product as I am the raw product.
The raw product, there's only 30 loads.
So can you get that moved in 2 weeks?
Oh yeah. My other option was I could have put it in that barn, but then we still got to get it out of there.
I'm willing to give them a permit for 2 weeks to get rid of the raw product with an extension of, and being that the raw product goes before
That, right away.
that needs to get out of there. And how many loads do you think?
I think there's about 30.
So that to me is our issue. There's where our problem lies right now.
Can we water down that raw product so we don't have to worry about any dust blowing?
Yeah, that's mitigation to have to be there.
And then also, what about consultation with the acreage owners? I mean, we owe them some kind of explanation, Kara, or we need, what do you suggest, a letter or something to them?
Area councilor can go have a sit down with them and talk to them, buy them coffee.
Go ahead.
I'll go.
The stop order requires that, operations can only be commenced on the issuance of a building permit. In order to do that, it's discretionary use and would require
The 21-day appeal period with no appeals being filed. So if we were to go with our regularly scheduled MPC meeting, we could get a report in then, and assuming it was approved by the MPC, we're then looking at the end of November for permit issuance if there's no permit appeals filed.
Well, I mean, there has to be some way around this, because I'll tell you what, that makes no sense to me because of the simple fact, this is a product that we have, this has to be cleaned up. The stop work order, for some reason, there's something not jiving here for me, because I get the idea that he needs a permit to move this product, but he also has to clean this stuff up. What's gonna happen if he cleans it up without a permit?
Well, if something happens, we could fine them, or we could be sued, or what about a temporary permit?
Same rules apply.
Who put that stop work order in?
You didn't put it in, but.
I didn't put it in. Give me a shot. We'll go through this here, we're just about done this council meeting. And we'll open up MPC. And then we can do what we want.
I don't think we can, we have to advertise 24 hours.
As long as the people on the MPC board sign a piece of paper that they're all right with it, we're good. That would be my thing to this.
We have to advertise.
I think that's actually only a stipulation for council meetings, that we can waive notice of a special meeting. I think planning commission, but let me double check, requires the 24 hours notice, because we have run into this before.
So we've had people walk through a stop work order before.
We don't.
Yes, we have, but that's not.
He's taking the weekend off.
Can we?
Sorry, I'm still looking it up here, but I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I just wondered if there's this possibility of doing a special meeting tomorrow, for example. 24-hour notice, tomorrow afternoon.
And here's the deal, anybody that appeals it has got to give their head a shake, because at the end of the day, we're trying to clean it up. If they appeal it, I will tell them that I will have a frank conversation with them.
Up in that area, in that MPC, we could probably do a call-in, couldn't we, Andrew?
Pardon me, sir?
The MPC, could we do a call-in?
Yeah.
Electronic, all you need is 4 anyway, really. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't be that.
Is there somebody that's gonna complain about me cleaning this up?
They still have the right, that's the problem. Just because they don't complain or they do complain, they still have the right, and that's what we're worried about, because as soon as they make that application, then it stalls the process. That's all that is about, Dale, it's about process. It's not about necessarily right and wrong, it's about the process.
But I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that if the residents there that are concerned about it, if they knew this process was to clean the place up, they might go along with it, might think it's a good idea.
So what would it take us to lift the stop work order?
You have to read the conditions, right?
No, can councils lift the stop work order?
You can alter the stop order?
Here today, we could alter it?
Development Authority
Just
can.
looking up them.
No, it is just council that can waive notice, council committees cannot.
But we can have a phone-in one tomorrow and do it tomorrow, it's done, right?
Yeah, starting 24 hours after we advertise.
That
That is still a very little amount of time for administration to prepare a coherent recommendation.
Could we get a written, consent from the acreage owners to allow for this temporary permit?
All you're doing there is gambling that they won't appeal or call us.
It's like a waiver at a baseball game, right?
Yeah.
Well, who's gonna, fight
You
this?
just never know.
The best that we can do is if we were to convene a special MPC meeting, approve a temporary development permit, make it very clear on the notice of decision that it is temporary permit for the purpose of cleaning up the site. We can invite them to speak with myself if there were concerns, maybe the area councillor. We could maybe not discourage appeals, certainly, but give them the information that they need to make a informed decision, and then we can hope for our best that there are no appeals filed.
Mr. Chairman, through to Andrew, is there nothing in the MGA that says that we can lift because MPC is an arm of council, are they not?
Not as much as other committees are. You're established by bylaw, you delegate your development authority
Who's the ultimate authority, though? We've designated that to Yvette. Yvette cannot make that decision.
But you'd have to you're gonna change the authority of MPC, you gotta do a bylaw.
Yeah, our authority,
In absent of the committee.
our development authority is set by our bylaw.
Because we're talking tomorrow, we're trying to rush it for tomorrow afternoon. Could it also be Friday morning, give staff time to get?
How long are you gonna take to line up trucks anyway?
They will be sitting here tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to say Friday morning.
We don't have an answer for Friday morning.
His trucks could start running Friday afternoon if they're here Friday morning. What's that?
Regardless, they still have an appeal period.
Can we lift the stop work order though? MPC, if we put it on, we have to have the power to take it off.
And he's still operating with it. And if you satisfy the terms of the stop order, lift it, but he's in the appeal period, you're operating in the appeal period, you're operating without the benefit of a development permit.
And that's never happened before.
But cleanup, have we not learned from is cleanup not something that is allowed to do without a development permit? If you don't decide to go along with it, so what does the stop work order says? What do we have to have done?
Stop order says, accordingly, you are hereby ordered to stop the unauthorized development and use of the lands and comply with the land use bylaw by immediately ceasing use of the lands for processing and storage of the cement kiln dust on Northeast 33919 west of the 4th. Please note that the attached safety data sheet obtained from Lafarge website identifies serious safety hazards related to the processing and storage of this product adjacent to a residential area. Please ensure that all materials stored on the subject land comply with the regulatory.
So here's the deal. He's not storing this and he's not processing it. He's moving it. If he goes in there and moves this stuff, he's still in complying with the stop work order because he's not processing it and he's not storing it. He is moving it. He's outside the realm of our stop work order.
Further beyond that, but the development and use of the lands may only recommence if a development permit is issued by the county.
But he is not using the land under our stop work order for storage or for anything. We did not put a stop work order to cease delivery or movement of that.
Delivery we did because it would be storage or processing.
He would, but to take it out of there, he's not storing it and he's not he's not processing it. He's moving it.
I think maybe
It's a fine line, but he has that opportunity to do that.
I think we need, let's go with it. No, I think we need our staff to be able to look at this though and tell us what options we do. But to think
of some ideas here to help staff out. Like, I mean, we have to be creative sometimes, Mr. Chair.
So how are we tracking this, Dale? Are we taking it through the field field? Are we taking it on that road? Because that road also causes you some issues, because you're gonna go right by the guy that doesn't want you to haul the stuff by his place, right?
He'll be happy to see him gone.
I can go talk to him, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, no,
I can water his road, I can
Yeah,
put
maybe-
more gravel in front of it.
maybe that's what, but 100 trucks, how many per day? Cause we're over 5, right, that
Well,
we're.
it's gonna be more than 5 if you want that out of there.
Want it out of there.
But I mean, and we don't, and that's not the biggest issue. The issue is the raw product, not the processed product. The processed product we can, I mean, when do you think you're gonna start spreading the processed product? You're not doing that for a couple of weeks anyways.
It's got about probably 3 or 4 days left, and then they'll start hauling. And then, these trucks are gonna haul this raw stuff out. They'll be done in about probably 4 days.
So they'd be 7.5 loads a day then, roughly, Dale.
So my option is, I can either go right by that guy's place, or I can go through the field right by his place and right out on the approach by the truck.
May I suggest that we call this special NPC meeting for Friday? That will give us tomorrow to do some research into, if we may alter.
The stop order, and it would give Mr. Anderson an opportunity to supply us with the information on how he intends to move the product through which route. And then we can make an informed decision on Friday.
Councilor Grover?
I wanna know if we can repeal, stop work order. Could you find that out for me?
Yeah, absolutely, that's what I meant by research.
I would make that a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we, call, or MPC, I guess, calls a special meeting for Friday morning. And we, allow the staff, as Kara says, to do a little research and see what other creative things we can come up with in that length of time.
Okay, any other questions or comments? For this cleanup?
Now, going back to that road, if I wreck the road or I do something, I'll pay for it. We'll grader, gravel, whatever, I don't have a problem with that.
Stay under five trucks a day, you're good to go. No, seriously, if you're under 5 trucks a day, you're good. But if you, as soon as you hit that magic number, you're good. So if you spread your time, your haul time over a 5 or 6 day period, you're fine.
If you're only got 30 loads.
That's where the difference is.
Or how would that work with your trucks, Dave?
Well, if I pull these trucks up out of Calgary, I don't know how many you're gonna send, they may send 5, they may send 10. You know, I just wanna get it out, get it done.
We understand that, but there is the other.
So that's.
But there is the road use agreements, there's rules for all this.
I know, like I said, if I wreck the road, I'll fix it. If the guy's sitting there counting my trucks, or he's got a trail camera up, something's gonna happen.
Well, we go out and we investigate, we take pictures of the road prior to the road use agreement, then you sign the road use agreement. Am I speaking in a turn, that you replace the, or make sure that the road is in the same condition as you found it, basically, right? Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be ignorant, I'm just trying to get this moving and done with.
Go to work.
Yeah.
But there has to be the understanding also that we are everybody has their rights where they live, Dale.
I understand that.
Getting higher densities of acreages.
I understand that completely.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried.
There is some ways to mitigate the issues that you're working.
The meeting's at 10 o'clock?
No, it has to be 24 hours.
Kara's asked to speak, please let her speak.
I'm just looking for direction as to the reduction of the security deposit as well.
That could be the discussion also at the MPC meeting, could it not?
Pardon me, I missed that.
Reduction of the security deposit.
Oh, for road use agreement. Yeah.
We can discuss it very quickly.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, if we had the
Inclination to make that decision now, then I could build it into the recommendation. I'm just trying to save myself some paper.
Put it in as full amount and let it decide afterwards.
Like typically those bonds, like for a temporary thing like this, if it was a check or whatever, they're not cashed, are they, anyway, until they,
Unless he wrecks a road.
yeah, so they're,
They're not, but it's over 50,000, it's gonna bounce.
so the thing.
Don't tell us that.
Less information is better, Dale.
Okay, well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Dale. Thank you. Got any questions or concerns? You know who to call.
So are you kind
I
of?
brought all these samples, you sure somebody doesn't want them?
Definitely do.
Journey.
Don't give them their old fumble finger.
So, if you put it into your plan, then we will discuss that on Friday. Yeah, please. If that's fine for the 24 hours.
So is Mr. Anderson coming to that meeting? Do you want him here or? No?
Pretty straightforward.
10 o'clock on Friday, right? All right.
Should be on Bailey, but I won't.
Make a decision.
Andrew, you can set that up that it would either be sitting here or phone.
I can set a call in and I'll get the information out along with the notice of the special meeting.
So, Gary, you're gonna have a look and see about canceling a stop work order? Once that motion is in play, we have to be able to,
I believe there must be some indication that we can alter a stop order or cancel it, but I'm,
because there has to be, because Rocky View County closed down the hockey arena via stop work order. Rocky View County, 2 days later, pulled the stop work order back. Plain and simple, that's what they did. So. Okay, no, that's just what I was.
And if we focus truly on the cleanup basis of this is not to continue towards a permit in order to run this as a full facility. It's to get it.
That's why these people should be okay with it. Yeah.
Get it out there. And that's gonna be our key message on this is we're trying to get it out so there is no more blow. Or opportunity for people to think it's blowing.
Are we done?
You have what you need?
Mr. Gender?
Do you want me to stop in and see if he's available tonight and have a chat with him? With the landowner? Or the acre owner?
You are there, or you just leave it?
Don't wanna wait that night yet.
I'm not so sure you're the right guy.
Do you know who this individual is? No?
Yeah, whatever, you can stop, but that might be detrimental to our clause.
Or do we need it?
Communication is key in the.
Right communication is key.
We can discuss that on Friday too.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson is the person to stop there as he suggested. Yeah, I'm clear getting out of your hair. I'm out of here.
That one might be left to administration to, you've already had conversation, it was good conversation with him,
Yeah, I think so.
so. That might be the better of the two steps, but I make no more other comment. Mr. Chairman, are we finished here now? I just have one other question.
No, we still have that general traffic bylaw.
Okay, one other, it was in the blue report, the Nate Horner deal, I just wondered, we should maybe talk about who we're sending.
Yeah, well, there's that, but there is the bylaw for general
No,
traffic.
that's fine,
There is the inner pipeline, so there's other things that we gotta go through. Okay, number 10.1 bylaw 1622-19 general traffic bylaw for first reading. Page 43 of the package.
I'll move first reading, Mr. Chairman.
And discussion?
Lee, did you write this? Do you have any highlights in there other than that?
It's got written a bit while he was away, so he may have conflicting from this. I don't know for sure. I don't need to touch base with him entirely, but we are bringing three changes forward. First is the off-highway vehicles, which we discussed at length already. The minor change we discussed with the road use agreements to clarify that we can bill the drivers, not we can find the drivers, not so much the companies, because we get a lot more action out of that. And then as well, based on some complaints we've received and the feeling of administration, we brought forward a covered loads provision that would require earth, sand, gravel, and other loose materials to be 3 inches below the top of a container and covered. That would be new, and that is why we're suggesting only first reading today, and then to seek public consultation.
I'll move first reading.
We haven't moved already.
Oh, yeah, all right. Well, then,
Never.
Is the 3 inches below the top of the container, is that a doable? It's a very subjective.
It's more so that you don't have the big mound that's got a crappy tarp on it and it's just pushing the tarp out of the way.
And I get that, but I mean, you try and write that ticket. Honestly, I mean, that's going to be, and I don't mean to be, I mean, adversarial on this, but try and write that ticket. You try and write that ticket to me, yep, I'm going to videotape it and I'm going to show you 5 or 6 different spots where it's not, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. That ticket, that one's a tough one to enforce.
I've got a question on definition of aggregate also, like, is this cover agriculture with manure spreaders, silage, because they don't tarp, and they haven't tarped.
I think you should.
We pulled the piece out, basically we pulled this language out of Leduc County's general traffic bylaw. Theirs didn't have it in there, so if you wanted that considered with second reading, we could bring those amendments forward.
I mean, what's your thought about trying to write that ticket?
Well, write it, that's no problem. Get it to stick.
That's the other thing, right? And then what do? You go up there and does he shovel it off? Shovel it all level?
Hook and drag.
If we ask Lee a question, we have to let him.
Yeah, I'm just reading it, sorry, so it was a new one for me, so I was just looking at it. You just put it down.
Oh, this is the actual.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we do it. They need it. They do. That's those roll tarps.
So again, the intent of the language is just to prevent the mound, right? You can't fight the mound in court.
No.
And we just have to have some, we can say below the top of the container, at the top of the container.
That'd be, I would think, making it specific 3 inches is going to be where it is. Anything that is above any product that is above the top of the container can be ticketed. 3 inches, being so specific about it is something that's going to be a problem. Because
we can bring that change back for second reading.
Mr. Grover? If it's illegal load through the provincial government, I don't know, we might have a little trouble with that one. We're ready to ticket on it, so I don't care 3 inches or 8 inches.
There's no provincial legislation based on parking load, so this would just be on our local roads that we have to, what would be able to do this. Just so you know.
I'm okay. I mean, this is a bylaw. This is a bylaw that we'd be putting out. Can't stop anyway. But we'll get them when they get to the dump.
In Camrose County, we have to run our tarps truck, that they have a local bylaw like this, so whenever we haul the cameras, our trucks are tarped most of the time anyway, out of all.
We mandated our tractor tarp.
Yeah.
Full time.
But in Camrose, there's a bylaw in place that we do have to tarp our trucks when we haul.
That makes sense to me.
Well, I would sooner than not below the box, that measurement, I think won't work.
We can get rid of that, I mean.
Yes, I think get rid of that, just
That's the
your tarp load, because you got a load of silage or grain or something that's heaped up a little bit, you gotta have it tarped on, and it's gonna cost you money.
Gravel doesn't cost anything.
Larry, the silage is,
Yeah,
they're not gonna bother.
no, they're not gonna. Counselor Gender and then Counselor Needs.
Depends, you'll just make the boards higher. So,
If you're overweight, he gets you again.
like anything under there, you could be underweight even like well below it. But I would say any commodity that is susceptible to being taken off, or that would be suspended, it could cause detriment to another on the road. I would word it more something as that. Because you're gonna get rocks that you are not going to have slide on, but the sand within that gravel, good. So it depends on what commodity you're really hauling.
I've just seen success in the past, if you either just haul it, if the truck's loaded, it has to be tarped.
Yeah, that makes it pretty simple.
It's principle, right?
It needs to be targeted. Completely gets all the kind of discretion off. That would be my opinion.
Get you the KISS principle and take the discretion out, because then, and if it's heaped over the top, the guy's gonna wreck his frickin' tarp pretty soon. Like, I mean, it's not very smart.
You're gonna be overweight too.
And he's probably overweight.
Then you'd have more problems than other cargo security issues.
So this covers agriculture too? And
That language definitely would. This language is a little grayer, loose material is kind of vague, but if you want to say all loads shall be covered, then that's agricultural.
Some of the complaints we received this year, and we've never had them before, was silage trucks. And, you know, you get such a flurry of silage trucks, and they're passing each other, and we know how hard they go. There's silage everywhere. It's sticking to people's antennas, it's in the back of the trucks, it's covering their windshields. Somebody's gonna get killed.
Counselor Gender.
Going to include bale hauling?
Well, you can't cover brown bales.
As you pass a trucker that's hauling bales.
Straw blown off, you know, how far you gonna go?
Be careful.
You know, do you wanna live in this county?
Well, I'll tell you what, you actually could. 10 years ago, my crushed cars all had Canadian wide that they have to now have netting on them. We used to ship them without, till one day, piece of chrome came off, went through the wrong windshield, and it might be, I'm dating myself, it might be 15 years now, but they are all netted by law. They have to have, and it has to be a certain iOS material netting. You can't just
Approved netting.
Yeah, you can't just throw on.
With first reading though, if we do list agriculture, it's gonna be open for discussion within second read.
We'd like some directions coming back to second reading. Or alternatively, without direction, we can still go to public consultation and find that direction. If you want to engage the public in that part. Because that was the intent of only asking for first reading today, especially this clause. We want to well advertise before we start pulling guys over because they don't have a tarp. I like Lee too much to throw him to the wolves like that. But that's a progression. That's where everybody's going, is tarp load.
It's kinda like those resolutions we took, I didn't know if they'd make it or not.
Here we have a Counselor Gender.
I'd say leave it is and you get more response out of people.
Oh, yeah.
If you advertise it as agriculture, you will have a better turnout. I would almost guarantee it.
We have a motion on the table.
Just one question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, to the administration. Could we, advertise in such a way to call for comments back rather than have a public hearing?
Yeah, we can do the public engagement in any way that our public participation policy allows, which is pretty well anyway. No, this one actually, the general traffic bylaw, I don't believe it actually requires a public hearing. That's why, it's kind of odd for us to ask for only first reading, but we didn't want to ram this one through.
We could ask the press to make sure that they get it out and highlight it in their article. You could, it's a tarping bylaw.
I'm just recalling the meeting we had with the truckers over the aggregate levy. You know, there were quite a few in here, and they all, I think they could see our point of view, but I think after we talked to them, we could sort of see their point of view too. So I think we wouldn't hurt to ask for some comments back.
Constructive comments. Yeah, and to be honest, that's a group we would love to engage again, particularly on the road use agreement portion, because we had quite a bit of feedback on the road use agreements at our last meeting.
We were hoping to engage with them again on the aggregate levy, which we have to bring that bylaw forward this fall. So we were hoping to double up and talk to them about the aggregate levy again and also introduce these changes at the same time. So we would consult with the same group.
Okay, so Counselor Nixon has a motion on the table.
So is that the amended portion or not the amended portion? It doesn't really matter. We can bring back the amended portion.
Well, we have given some
Yeah.
direction to administration already, so the general consensus was to maybe leave out
So we're gonna have first reading as it is and come back with second reading with an amendment.
Either or, but yeah, that works too. That's the nice thing about three, where you make the amendments and the change. But, I mean, if you give first reading as amended, then we would never consider bringing the 3 inches to the public.
Okay, I will make that as a friendly amendment.
I'll accept that, yeah.
There you go. To take the 3 inches out, any target load.
So effectively, we would eliminate 10.2.1.
Yes.
But leave 10.2.2. Bring that 3 inches.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover, opposed? Okay.
Doesn't specify what it is, Wayne.
Consent agenda items, Inter Pipeline 3 Hills lateral open house, 131 of the package.
Just to make you aware of when the public hearing is, or public consultation. Getting confused.
There's probably consultation in Stettler, right?
Yes, it's at Stettler Hall.
The 15th and then at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
SRC.
And right now, the only division that this pipeline won't be going through, because I tried to get it through a bunch more, is Councilor Nyberg.
And mine.
No, I don't think
No.
so.
Does that dotted line that goes south of town? That's one, that's an active pipeline that goes into that.
But that's not new proposal, that's
I
old.
know, but it's.
That's already done.
I know that. But they're gonna use that line, and I don't know about that. I'll be going to that.
Councilor Needs motion to receive for information. All in favor? Carried. Okay, 12.2 of our addition package, page 65, is Nate Horner, MLA for Drumheller Stettler Municipal Summit, November 8th, 2019 in Hannah. So they have requested for 3 attendees per up to 3 attendees per municipality, with a CAO or one of the senior admin staff, and then up to 2. Well, I suppose you could have 2 administration, also 2 would be an option, but 2 council.
Hannah's on my back doorstep right here.
I think for sure we would send our CAO there, she's been talking to him.
Or designate.
Yeah.
She's taking Fridays off, remember?
And then you called it.
Don't put her to work when we've tried that hard to. She doesn't have to be here on that Friday.
It depends what the provincial budget looks like.
No, you're not gonna be there.
I would like to attend as Reeve if possible.
I'll make the motion that we send our CEO or designate
Westover and, Reed next, or Reed Clark.
I just know I want to go too, but that's fine. I was talking to Nate about it when he was here last week, so. Talk about the rural crime and whatnot that's going on in our areas. He was interested in it because he's on the, rural crime portfolio for our provincial government.
I would think this would be a huge opportunity in Hannah for us to advocate for 855. Right, Mr. Stoner?
There is some work we have to put together prior to this too, like they wanted the 5 challenges and 5 successes. So, be prepared prior. Okay, motion on the table, all in favor? Carried. And I think we jumped around quite a bit, but been through our in-camera session. I think we've covered everything else off that we entered.
I think so.
Next meeting is Wednesday, November 6th of 2019 because of the RMA. And for the next motion to adjourn, Councilor Grover, all in favor? Opposed? You're opposed?
I wanna stay here all day long.
I will stay here.
I'm out. 100% in favor of